Can we all remain standing for a moment of silent prayer and meditation? Thank you. You may all be seated. Good morning, colleagues. Let me take this opportunity to welcome our Honourable Premier, members of the Provincial Legislature, members of the Executive Council, the Chief Whip of the Majority Party, leaders of political parties, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng. You are all welcome. We are all aware that on Sunday, the President of the Republic of South Africa announced that we are now on alert level 1, and I'm sure we all know that that does not mean that we need to act irresponsibly. We should continue observing the health protocols, the social distance, washing of hands, and using the sanitizer, but also ensuring that you stay away from the crowded places, but also ensure that you continue protecting your loved ones, including yourself, and thank you very much. We have not received any apologies this morning, unless I'll be advised by the whips. Thank you very much. In terms of announcements, we have received a request from Honourable Mabala that she wanted to do an announcement. Honourable Mabala is connected virtually. Can I allow you, Honourable Mabala?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Economic Freedom Fighters Caucus in the GPL, let me take this opportunity to wish our Commander-in-Chief and President of the Economic Freedom Fighters a happy and revolutionary 40th birthday. As you may know, Madam Speaker, that life begins at 40. So let me present to you the President of the Republic of South Africa, Julius Malema.
And unfortunately, Honourable Koma, we are happy that you are back in the House, please. Unfortunately, Honourable Mabala, the facts to say that Honourable Malema is the President of the Republic of South Africa is not true. But however, we do appreciate your announcement. Any other announcement from other members? No other announcement. On our side, let me again indicate that the Office of the Integrity Commissioner has distributed the declaration of interest forms to all members. The deadline for submission is the 23rd of March 2021. Members are encouraged to seek one-on-one support from the Office of the IC in relation to completing the forms. The second part is that I will request that, especially from the MECs, that people working in your offices are not allowed to connect virtually, because in our investigation of the things that happened last week, they are also disturbing our connectivity. So please, can you ensure that those that work with you are not connected? And you would have noticed that in the Microsoft chat, I also posted something earlier on, because I could see that there were names that were not familiar. They were not part of the team that is working either from the ICT side nor from the procedural office. So can I beg your indulgence, including those that are working from the party political offices? Please ensure that they deregister themselves. Thank you. In terms of Rule 7.9 subsection 1, There's no MEC statement. In terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, we received a request to make a member statement from Honorable Modise. Honorable Modise. Now press once and leave it. The team will recognize you. ICT team, we're on Honorable.
No, it's been long, Speaker. It's been long since the person came here. In accordance with Rule 81, subsection Y, I, Honorable Mpomodise, tables the following member statement condemning the Democratic Alliance hypocrisy on fighting gender-based violence and femicide. Madam Speaker, the scourge of gender-based violence has become a serious crisis in our country and especially in our province. As members of this august House, we must act in a way that shields and protects women and children of this province. When former member Nkele Molapo first made publicly the sexual harassment allegations against Soli Musimang, he cried the following exactly 141 days ago: I cannot just sit quietly and be judged by the court of public opinion. I need to make sure that the process are being followed, and I need to make sure my name has been cleared. I'm not going to do this thing for me, I'm going to do it for my children, close quote. Madam Speaker, when they say talk is cheap, the above quote is exactly that. To this date, the golden boy of DA is still to present himself publicly and take a lie detector test. Instead of his party acting against him, they chose to expel Honorable Molapo for leaking information, whilst we all know it was a disguise to protect the golden boy. Madam Speaker, time will not wash away the sexual baggage that the golden boy Solim Simanga carries on his shoulders. Let me remind both Solim Simanga and the Democratic Alliance that Bill Cosby and Sipon Dlovu, better known as BRICS, are both convicted prisoners on crimes reported years after they have happened. It is against this brief background that I want to remind this House that we have a responsibility to protect women of this province. Premier Makur, Solim Simanga has no standing, no moral authority to address this House until his name has been cleared. Madam Speaker, please note that for as long as Solim Simanga addresses this House, I will have no choice but to leave, as I cannot stand to listen to him until his name is cleared. In closing, Member Nteke, Member Ramulif, and Member Ghana. In closing, Member Nteke, Member Ramulif, and Member Ghana, your failure to defend Honorable Molapo does not mean injustices which defines the DA won't come for you. As revolutionaries, we take a leaf from Che Guevara when he says, if you tremble with indignation at every injustice, then you are a friend of mine. Madam Speaker, this House must hold the golden boy to account on allegations of sexual harassment, of which most terrible stories of the DA female members remains unheard. This House can't treat this sexual harassment allegation as a circus, the same way that the Bruma Lake has been turning it to be. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
We are now dealing with question time to the Premier. Honorable Mukwebo, in terms of Rule 138.
Thank you, Speaker. It has been long. We're not coming here. Let's hope we are safe from this pandemic. Premier, your office, as the EFF, we noted that there is looting and corruption which is happening in that office. Please, Premier, when you respond to this question, you must be specific, because there is a chief financial officer from Department of Health, Kabelo Lufenya, who implicated your office. The questions which I'm going to raise to this House are as follows. What total number of provincial departments have underperformed in 2019 to 2020 financial year? What amount was paid for performance bonuses to the specified underperforming departments? What ethical standards have been abused by the departments or staff officials since the beginning of the pandemic that are clear violation of service of delivery? How many cases have reported so far in your office? And please tell us if you have got investigation against the officials or the staff who are working in your office. Thanks.
Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And good morning to all the honorable members of this House. With regard to the question by Honorable Mkwebo, firstly, I would like to say, Honorable Mkwebo, I gave a very comprehensive treatment of this matter as it pertains to governance in the province, in the State of the Province address. And some of the questions that you are asking are covered in there. The second issue is that we table annual reports to this legislature. We also table quarterly reports. And some of the detailed issues you are asking for about specific departments are in those reports, in the quarterly reports and the annual reports. And I would like to say, with due respect, Honorable Mkwebo, that I am not going to be your researcher. I think you need to make time to go through these reports. Firstly, the annual reports of every department has a very clear indication of the financial as well as the delivery performance of every department, especially in the 2019-2020. In the State of the Province address, I summarized that in great detail. So your first question about performance and underperformance is something that is fully covered in those reports, and in the State of the Province address, I summarize what the full picture is. The second thing is as it pertains to specifically bonuses being paid by departments, again, or entities. I don't want to do the work that you possibly have a researcher. I know that the legislature does allocate resources for you as a party to hire researchers. So I'm not going to do that work for you. All I can say is to say in the State of the Province address, I made it very clear what the critical performance expectations are. Firstly, financial performance. I indicated in the State of the Province address that the Treasury and the Office of the Premier on audit outcomes, that's where financial performance is, leads, and it has done so over 8 years. Those two departments have done so. I indicated there are specific departments that have regressed, and then there are departments and entities that have maintained the current status. I've indicated in the State of the Province address what we're going to do to tackle those that are underperforming, especially when it comes to audit outcomes. You're raising issues as it pertains issues of ethical standards by various departments and various officials in the provincial government. Since the outbreak of the pandemic, you know, we have reported to this legislature on various occasions. I have answered questions pertaining to the work that, including the progress that's being done on investigation of any matter pertaining to corruption allegations on COVID-19. And we will, as we get to the end of the financial year, do the update. So here you say you want very, very specific departments and specific officials. We will do that as we come to the financial year end. But if you went and I know that in the debate you spoke like you didn't read the State of the Province address. We summarize what key areas of concern are on COVID spending in the State of the Province address. So, again, I don't want to do work for you, Honorable Mkwebo. You talk about how many cases and reports in point 4 there across departments on investigations. I gave a report in the State of the Province address. If you just go back to check, we indicate how many cases have been completed, investigations, and how many have been reported to the police. It is there in the State of the Province address. I don't want to do what Honorable Mamabulo did in the debate by quoting for you. Just look for it is there in the State of the Province address. I don't want to be repeating the things that we have addressed to this House. How many cases have been investigated and completed, and how many cases, criminal cases, have been opened? This report is there in the State of the Province address. Specific officials that are facing disciplinary charges, you know, Honorable Mkwebo, we can't give you a list of officials who are facing disciplinary processes. It's part of the due process. They have to go through the disciplinary processes. Those that are facing beyond the disciplinary processes, those that are facing criminal charges have to go through that process so that when the process is complete, and some of them you already know, their names have come out of the investigations by the Special Investigation Unit. So again, I want to say, Honorable Mkwebo, some of these questions were answered in the State of the Province address. Others are answered fully in the annual report, department by department. By the end of the financial year, which is 31st of this month, we will do an update to the legislature, a comprehensive update to the legislature on investigations pertaining to COVID-19 in particular. There's nothing that has been hidden. Everything has been put out there to the public. So thank you very much. I just want you to please read the State of the Province address, Honorable Mkwebo. If you say to me, I've read it, then I'll solve a different problem. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Premier. Honorable Mkwebo, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Yeah, no, it's fine, Speaker. It will be a short remark because we are addressed by the boss of this House. That's why it's undermining the third political party in this legislature by not responding to my questions. I'm very disappointed. I'm just happy because you're just having 2 hours as the Premier of this province. All my questions, you never responded to them. You are referring me to your annual performance. You're referring me to your speech. I read that speech of yours. I wanted you to continue today to respond to these questions which I'm raising. You are not responding to anything. So I thought, Speaker, I'm going to rule that he must respond to questions. So I'm standing here. He never responded to my questions. And then I think this House must just give us a way to say we must never raise questions to him. Or sometimes doesn't want to respond to the EFF, or he undermines the EFF. He's referring me to a State of the Province address. For what? He must respond to what I asked. Because I want to ask him question here. People of Gauteng can hear everything what's happening in his office.
Short remark. Honorable Premier, I'm not sure whether you want to respond to this.
Madam Speaker, can I make a short remark, please?
Honorable Speaker.
Colleagues, let's allow the Premier.
Honorable Speaker, the State
Madam
of...
Speaker, can I make a short remark,
Honorable
please?
Speaker, the State
Madam
of the
Speaker,
Province
can I make
address...
a short remark?
Honorable Speaker, am I
Can I
on the
make a
floor?
short remark, Madam
The Premier
Speaker?
is, Honorable Mabala, the Premier is on the floor. You should have raised your hand before.
I did, but you didn't look at the screen.
Honorable Premier,
must
can you
remember,
continue?
I'm not in that sitting. I'm not in the
Thank
chamber.
you. Thank
I
you.
did raise my hand.
Thank you very much, Madam
It's a short
Speaker.
remark.
I have answered questions from the EFF on many occasions in this House. Members of this House know. Members of this House know that I have answered questions of the EFF. And
Okay, let the Premier finish. You'll come back. Continue, Premier. You are protected.
So, Madam Speaker, I have indicated that the questions that I have answered, the responses I've given, are matters of records in this House. The State of the Province Address and the annual reports, they are matters of records in this House. And those who don't read them, I really cannot help them.
And you must indicate the rule.
Yeah, Rule 138, subsection 9.
Yeah,
The fact is that you allowed 138, subsection 8, which allowed Honourable Mukwebo to do his follow-up, but you were supposed to call for other members to do a follow-up in terms of 138, subsection 9. It hasn't happened. Maybe you should ask if there are members who want to do a follow-up. Thank you.
Fortunately, my eyes are big enough. My eyes are big enough to see, and I was also watching the virtual. And no. Honorable Mabala raised immediately when I said the Premier respond. That's when she raised her hand. So, thank you. Can you go to the next question? Honorable Sirota, I know that you are connecting virtually. Your question to the Premier. Honorable Sirota, can you unmute yourself? We can't hear.
Sorry, Speaker. Good morning, Premier. In August 2020, certain questions were posed to you. These are follow-up questions from that time. The first question, Premier, what progress, if any, has been made in the relocation of communities as part of the de-densification program, the completion and delivery of mega projects, and the rapid release programs? Please provide a detailed response. Second question, how many of the 68 informal settlements intended for upgrading in 2020 have been completed with residents
Honourable members, please. Honourable Mukwebo. Honourable Mukwebo, can we allow Honourable Sirota to ask his question in the House? Honourable Sirota, you are protected. Can you continue?
Thank you. I will repeat the second question. Thank you, Speaker. How many of the 68 informal settlements intended for upgrading in 2020 have been completed with residents allocated and settled in them? Please provide details. The third question, how many unfinished housing projects have been completed in 2020? Please provide a list indicating the status of each project. Fourth question, have the challenges and problems affecting the rollout of urban rural renewal projects been resolved? In particular, advise the progress made in Alexandra and Winterfell. And finally, has any progress been made with the construction and upgrading of the Jabulani, Orlando West, Retabile, and Tafoka hostels? Please provide a detailed list of work completed. Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable Premier.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm just responding on the basis of trusting that that head belongs to Honourable Sirote. But it looks very much like President Joe Biden's head.
So if I see the head from my gadget, Premier, be assured it's him.
So, Honourable Sirote, I believe it's you. I have a very, and as always, I have a very comprehensive response to your question, and that comprehensive response is signed off by MEC Maile, the MEC for human settlements in our province, because this is a human settlement question. I am not going to take you through all of it. The first question, as it regards the de-densification program, I want to say that, yes, we do have funding, firstly as the province, and the metros in our province, the metros through the USDG receive funding from national government, and the province does receive funding to implement the upgrading of informal settlements program, the UISP and the USDG. So those two programs are critical for us to address the fundamental issue of de-densification, as well as upgrading of informal settlements, as well as upgrading of hostels in our province. In the current financial year, we have identified the specific areas in Johannesburg, Sense, Mufulo North, Organic Market, Rugby Club, Protea South, Matoleville School Site, Tembelihle, Slovo Park, Lily's Bioscope, and Heavenly Valley. In the city of Ekurhuleni, Nkanini, Dugatole, Polar Park, and Anchor. In the city of Tshwane, Changing Sport, Boikutsong, Soshanguve Block T, School Site, Soshanguve R1939, Kudube 3, Informal Settlements, Kampaneng, Tsunami, Camille's Draft, Mamelodi Phase 1, Mamelodi Phase 2, Phase 3, Ekangala Informal Settlement, and Sizanani Informal Settlement. In the West Rand, Wedela, Jabulani, Rule of Nesri, Blowbank, Park, Ristent, Portion 45, Hamohali, Tabong, Villa Gloria, Pangoville, Plot 79, Ritflay, Plot 4, Ritfontein, Bupilong, Tsepiso North, that's in Sidibeng, Bupilong, Tsepiso North Extension 3, Sharpeville, Polomit, that's Tsepiso Phase 3, Seoul City, Buipatong, France Informal Settlements, Bukeng Unit 17. Okay, so, and then there's the West Rand again, Kokosi, Mutlakeng. So these are the list of the areas our program covers. The actual scope of this program is very extensive. Furthermore, we are de-densifying these areas through our mega human settlement projects, as well as the rapid land release. It is from these densely populated informal areas that we also, our housing list also takes people out of those areas as part of an ongoing program of providing human settlements, but also dealing with overcrowded settlements in our province. But you should know that we face a moving train which is called in-migration. It doesn't stop. So even as we make these interventions in different areas, the process of people moving into our province continues, including that the ongoing informalization driven by elements, including the political elements, illegal invasion of land, also makes this task much more difficult. And this illegal invasion of land is driven by political entrepreneurs, some of whom are sitting here. The second question, Honorable Sirote, the second question about the formalization and eradication of informal settlement. Now, in dealing with de-densification, I have already addressed this question, that the areas we are dealing with are significantly undergoing upgrading, some of them with infrastructure, others it's essentially moving people out to new developments in our province. So In dealing with the first question, I have dealt with the second question around the formalization or eradication of informal settlements in our province. The third question, with regard to completing unfinished projects, Honorable Speaker,
Honorable Mukwebo, I know they are
we
excited.
can't go on like this.
I don't know what is the excitement all about. Premier, we are protected.
So with regard to completing unfinished projects, Honorable Sirote, definitely the provincial government, especially the Department of Human Settlement, has been focusing on this important question of incomplete projects in our province. There are 340 incomplete housing projects, 5 of those have been, 5 specific projects are the ones that we are working on with immediate effect. All of them are receiving the attention of the Department of Human Settlements. There are structural assessments going on right now, including some of the incomplete projects, proposals on how to proceed with them, because some of them you find that it has just been the foundation only that has been done. And we know who the owners are, and in some instances, some of the people have said no. All they need is the land. They'll be able to build or complete the work that has been done there. The Provincial Department of Human Settlements is completing the structural assessments of all these projects that are incomplete in line with our program for this year. MEC Maile will make a detailed announcement that outlines this. With regard to the urban renewal projects, again, in this report we detailed the department, based on the decisions we have made at the beginning of this, the 6th administration, the department has re-established the urban renewal team in the Department of Human Settlements. Particularly, significant progress is being made on the Alexandra renewal. One thing that I can report to this House is that the total 33.9 hectares of land has been identified, pulled together from the City of Johannesburg and the land owned by the provincial government and any other entity in the area of Alexandra and the neighboring areas, including the land owned by the University of Johannesburg. Additional 455 title deeds have been registered. That is in the old Alexandra, and 6,500 title deeds are undergoing registration at the moment. This is update. Honorable Sirote, I gave you an update because you always ask me these questions, and I said, MEC Maile, maybe Mr. Sirote is afraid of you. He doesn't ask these questions to you. He comes to me to ask me the questions that are departmental questions. I think you must have tea with him in Alexandra. You must go and have tea with him in Alexandra. Specifically around the Alexandra Renewal Project, we have an interministerial task team. The interministerial task team established at a national level that involves the province and the City of Johannesburg is the one that has made this progress I'm reporting about now. Winterveld, the City of Tshwane has, there's been to's and fro's there, but the City of Tshwane, for the areas that the city is responsible for, the City of Tshwane has set aside budget resources, particularly for bulk infrastructure. The provincial government has been coordinating interventions from different departments, especially on social infrastructure, including the upgrading of schools. 2 schools have been upgraded in the Winterveld area. This is part of the Winterveld renewal program. And there's an urban poverty relief program led by the Department of Social Development. Again, this is also an aspect of the urban renewal program. and honorable members may not know that there's a new police station that was built in that area, which we launched with the Minister of Police. All these are part, but the big intervention in Winterveld is going to be on the bulk infrastructure, sewer, electricity, and water supply. So that's part of the urban renewal intervention project that is there. So there is a PMU in the Department of Human Settlements to drive this urban renewal program of our province. The same would apply with Bakersdal and Everton. Significant areas identified about what we can do in the current financial year in those areas, and what may be issues for the next 2 years of this administration. You conclude by asking a question, Honorable Surute, on the hostels. The Department of Human Settlement has identified 4 hostel projects that are at a construction stage at the moment: Jabulani, Orlando West, Ritabile, and Setoga hostels. 11 hostel projects in total. In addition to this, 11 hostel projects are at the town planning stage. In Johannesburg, those hostels, in this response, this detailed response, I have the specific names of the hostels in Johannesburg, and I've got the specific names and the units, the number of units out of these hostels where the work has been completed in Johannesburg and in Ekurhuleni, as well as in the West Rand, because in the West Rand the focus is on Kagiso hostel, and some work is being done on the Khutsong and Bakersdal hostel, whereas in Ekurhuleni is the Setoga hostel, is Thokoza, is Wattville, and Kwatema hostels. And then in Johannesburg, I've said earlier on that is Jabulani, LTA, Ritabile, Orlando West and Orlando West hostels. That is the focus of now. There's some work that's happening on the Deep Kloof on Meadowlands hostels. That's the town planning work that the city of Johannesburg and the department are completing now. In Sidibeng, the Shalimar Ridge has been completed, and 84 units have been completed also at Ratanda Hostel. So, Honorable Serote, this is a very extensive report for you. I'll pass that over to you. It wasn't my intention to give a departmental report to the Honorable Joe Biden Jr. Thank you.
Honorable Sirota, do you have any supplementary questions or short remark?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Premier. I don't know Joe Biden. I'm going to give him a call and ask him if he'll have a chat to me. Premier, your responses, unfortunately, and this is one of the reasons why I continually ask you the questions. You've given undertakings on human settlements and projects since you started your premierships 7 years ago. That's all they are, undertakings. Yesterday we had a meeting of the Human Settlement Committee. None of the issues have been dealt with. The department is in disarray. Underspending continues unabated. Very little programs are finished. And a new, very serious development is that even projects that used to be reported on are now being left off the calendar completely. So, Premier, I think you're misinformed. I think you need to go and just have a long discussion with the MEC to discuss what's going on in the department, because within a couple of months, the whole department is going to fall apart. So you really need to take a look, for example, at issues like unfinished projects. According to what was discussed, you even mentioned it yourself, there are 368 unfinished projects, only 4 have been worked on. None have been finished. That's a major failure. There's no rapid release programs that have been set out for the current year. On all the issues, Premier, you've indicated work is being done, but there's no progress. And it's a time that someone took accountability, Premier, and you are in charge, you are running the province, and housing is a huge department, and without proper housing, our residents are suffering and will continue to suffer. So I ask you, Premier, to step up the plate, take responsibility, and take immediate action. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Mabala, I see your hand is still up. Do you have a supplementary question or a short remark? Honorable Mabala? Honorable Padenost?
Good morning. Mr. Premier, I just want to know, you've mentioned all of these other places, but you've never made mention of Mamelodi hostels. What's happening there? Must the women still be raped and abused in those hostels? And when is the refurbishment of Mamelodi hostel going to start? Because there's nothing happening in Tshwane. You name all these other places, but you never make mention of Tshwane. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Ntsakhe?
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. 138 subsection 9. I also want to ask the Premier whether, I know he's mentioned quite a lot of all these hostels, but he's not talked about the Actonville hostels, what's happening there. Alex has been a very sore point with storage going all over the place. Women have been talking about how it's inconducive to live in those hostels, and yet the Premier is telling us about all the Bostocha, which are pretty much still uninhabited right now. I would like to know what the Premier is going to say about these other hostels, which is not talking about. Thank you very much.
Honourable Premier?
Speaker, my hand was up. Honourable Speaker, my hand was up.
Oh, sorry, Honourable Dlamini.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Premier. No, Premier, what concerns me is that you have given these answers now more than 3 times in a short period of about 2 years. But the concern is you give the same reply, but the concern is on the ground, nothing is happening. Last year, on the same question, you said Jabulane is on the construction phase, and I told you that is almost a year that it had stopped. Nothing is happening in Jabulane, nothing is happening in Orlando West. Something is happening, yes, in Suka, but I'm worried about you giving wrong information about these hostels. Nothing is happening. It is really concerning. Thank you.
Honourable members, heckling is allowed, but playing in the house is not allowed. Please. Honourable Premier?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Firstly, Honourable Sirota is talking about a meeting, a committee meeting with the department yesterday, where he says it was this reply signed off by the MEC. All the things that are in this reply signed off by the MEC are not part of the program. And the MEC says he wasn't in the meeting that he's referring to, but this MEC and the head of department are accountable for the budget we allocate to the department. They are also accountable for the program that we adopt. So if Honorable Surute says, if you say that no, but these things are not in the program of the department, Honorable Surete, that would be a great concern for me. But at least this question is not coming from anybody else. This reply is coming from the executive authority responsible for that department. So it's not coming. So MEC Maile's principal responsibility is to ensure that the program of the provincial government, like all the MECs, the program adopted by the provincial government, the priorities adopted by the provincial government, those feature in the departmental program and the budget of the department. So I have no doubt, and I have no reason to doubt that these programs as presented, as I was responding here, are there. So I hear what you are saying. Okay, Honorable Badenhorst says, what about the Mamelodi hostel? I know the problem there with the Mamelodi hostel, but I can't put it in here in the reply. The important thing, MEC Maile, is that Honorable Badenhorst must ask you a question. What is happening with the Mamelodi hostel? You are here, you have heard. I've spoken to those hostels, Honorable Badenhorst, and the point is, you may be raising a valid point about that hostel has had many issues. I also know there are people being evicted out of the hostel there and illegal, others being put in there. It is a matter that the department led by MEC Maile is paying attention to and will pay attention to. The Actonville hostel, I assume that Honorable Ntsege, you are referring to, are you referring to the Wardville one? Because I know the hostel, the Wardville hostel. I don't know the Actonville hostel. If you are referring to the Wardville hostel, which I have visited, it is in, I've read, it's in the list of the hostels that is in this list I read. I said, when I went through Ekurhuleni list, I did say Wardville, Honorable Ntsege. So, Honorable MEC Maile, I want you to meet with Honorable Dlamini, because Honorable Dlamini always raised this issue that, yes, this issue is in the program, Premier, but there is no progress. So, Honorable Maile and Honorable Dlamini, I'm making an appointment for you. I'm making an appointment for you. I'm making an appointment. Honorable Mukwebu, just relax, chill. You are too excited, man. You are too excited. I don't know what they gave you last night. They gave you something last night, some shots. They gave you some jab last night. Some jab injected with something. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that the program that is in this reply responds to all the issues we have raised, from upgrading informal settlements, upgrading hostels, completing the projects that are outstanding, and rolling out, de-densifying the township. But most importantly, I didn't speak about land release today because it's not in the question. Most importantly, ensuring that particularly these old urban renewal projects in our oldest townships, those projects are revived. So this work is being done by this administration. We will continue to get updated reports, MEC Maile. And when you finish your tea with Honorable Dlamini, I think we must visit one of the hostels that he says there's no work, especially in Soweto. We must visit it together. I don't want to join your tea. You need to sort out your tea. But we must visit one of the hostels where he keeps saying that there is no work. But I'm satisfied that we are getting this work happening in our province. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Surute's reply is here. Yeah.
For all the responses, honorable members, for all the responses, especially for those members that are not here, we're going to take them because they are written and we're going to email them back to the concerned member. Thank you very much. The next member is Honorable Msimanga.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, to Honorable Premier Makura. With regards to the rollout of the COVID-19 public vaccination in Gauteng, could the Premier please indicate when will the first of the public vaccine be rolled out in Gauteng? Who will be benefiting, or who will be the initial beneficiaries of the public rollout? please also provide a time frame by when and all those identified as initial recipients of the public vaccine will be vaccinated by. And also please indicate the rollout schedule for the Gauteng rollout of the public vaccination. And lastly, by when will Gauteng complete its vaccination, public vaccination against COVID-19? Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. This is a question I would have wanted to spend a little bit more time on, but I'll be as brief as possible. Firstly, just to say, start here, Honorable Msimanga, that the first batch of vaccines that are part of a study, and I know that there's people who cannot make a distinction between the link of the study that's undertaken by the Medical Research Council team and the actual vaccine rollout. The first batch was 80,000 vaccines. Gauteng got 16,800 of those. That first batch was delivered. You know the dates. It was on the 10th of February. The first batch is completed in our province. We have vaccinated more than 17,000 healthcare workers, to be precise, 17,500 healthcare workers. We got additional, you may be asking yourself, but you got 16,800. We got additional 3,000 vaccines. By Friday, we had completed all the 6,000. That is in 9 days. It was meant to be completed in 14 days. In 9 days in our province, we had completed all the allocations and vaccinated at 2 sites. And again, those 2 sites are part of the 3B phase of the study. I'm going to spend a few minutes on our full rollout plan and the different phases. So South Africa got additional 80 doses, you know. This Sunday, that's this as a follow-up. Our province allocation, it's a matter that we are confirming today. After this, I had asked the Speaker that I join the team for a few minutes at Charlotte Maxeke, where this is the expansion of the vaccination program. Today is Charlotte Maxeke, tomorrow is Dr. George Mukari, and then we will also get this week the private hospital Mill Park added as part of the expansion, still of what's called the early access phase of it. Early access, that is part of the study on the J&J vaccine. So your first question was about the first batch. So we are done with the first batch. We got the second batch. But this second batch is still part of that study. The President addressed the nation on Sunday and said the following, Honorable Msimang. So in addition to the fact that we would have received 160,000 as a country allocated to different provinces of the doses of J&J, the good thing with J&J is that it's 1 dose. So when you say whatever number you are allocated, it means covering that number of healthcare workers. The President did say that South Africa has signed an agreement, and that agreement will deliver 11 million of J&J vaccine. 11 million of J&J vaccine means 11 million people, because it's not a 2-dose. It's directly 1-to-1, man to man, woman to woman. So the President confirmed that our country has secured 11 million, which means we will have 11 million. If you ask how many will come to Gauteng, it's not done like that. That decision gets made at a national level, guided by the Ministerial Advisory Committee, looking at the trajectory of the pandemic, the nature of each province, how many people would have been infected in the first and second wave, and the people at risk. So the allocation, the exact allocation, I can't say now how much we will. The president also confirmed the following. So in addition to the 11 million of J&J, the president confirmed that South Africa will get, during the second quarter, 20 million of Pfizer. Now, Pfizer, you know, is the one that's double dose. So you must know that with 20 million of Pfizer means basically 10 million, covering 10 million people, if it's 20 million doses. Then the president further confirmed that we will also get a 12 million of COVAX from the COVAX. That is the group that is helping to ensure equitable access. So the 11 million is separate South African secured vaccines, which will arrive from the second quarter. You know what the second quarter means. Starting from April, 20 million will arrive from the second quarter. Again, it's a complicated thing that all premiers, when we met with the president and the ministers on Sunday, all premiers were saying that we will need specific indications of what time frames, which province will get how much of those allocations to enhance our plans. But I certainly know that we will, from April, get another 2.8 million from J&J in that 11 million. So that deals with part of your question. But I would like this House, Madam Speaker, to understand that as a province, we've got a plan that is in 3 phases. So the first, that's the phase 1 of that plan focuses on the healthcare workers, and that is phase 1 of that plan includes the study. The original phase 1 was about AstraZeneca, which all of you know, that vaccine was basically set aside as a result of questions about its efficacy. We had drawn a plan that is in line with the rest of the country. 3 phases. Phase 1 is the healthcare workers, 215,000 healthcare workers in Gauteng. So when we say we have covered phase 1, we would have done 215,000 public and private healthcare workers. All the professions in the healthcare in our province. As I said to you, that at the moment, we are still at the early phase of covering that. The second phase will be, so when we complete the healthcare workers, we go to the second phase, which covers categories of essential workers, 650,000 of those, people who work in congregate situations, people in prisons. Prisons are congregate situations. That's what are called congregate settings. People who are largely like the teachers in schools, those are congregate places as well. The police are part of the essential workers, and some categories of the retail workers, without whom you can't be able to move forward. In the second phase, we will also, and this is a priority in Gauteng, the advisory council on COVID says to us that it's very important when we get to the second, when we receive the doses that are higher in number than the ones meant for the healthcare workers. What's going to be our priority? We are going to focus on the elderly people. We are going to focus at people with comorbidities. Yes, people in congregate settings are important. As I said, in the teachers, the law enforcement officers, but the people at greatest risk are those with comorbidities and the elderly people. As we go into winter, it's even particularly more pressing that they are going to be our priority. So when we complete phase 1, in phase 2, in this province, in phase 2, amongst the first priorities are going to be people who are most at risk. The elderly people, including those people who are in old age homes. Those are also congregate settings. It's the elderly people. We know in phase 1 they were hit hard by COVID-19. Phase 2, they were in a much better condition. And then in total, if you ask, so in phase 2, how many people are you going to cover in phase 2? So I said in phase 1, we'll cover 215,000. In phase 2, we are going to cover over 6.5 million people. And I've said that this category is essential workers, people in congregate setting, people with comorbidities, the elderly. Combined together, this category is going to be over 6.5 million people. And then the last phase, which is phase 3, is those who without comorbidities, who are a bit healthier, the rest of the population, but over 18. So if you don't fall in this category of phase 2, you will fall in the category of phase 3. In the State of the Province address, I said we want to cover 10.4 million people in Gauteng. How are we going to roll out this? So we had designed a detailed plan which includes now in the State of the Province address, I said more than 150 sites. The number of sites as I speak now is 224 sites. So we have added sites, honorable members. Since the State of the Province address, we have added more than 70 sites. There are 70 more sites on the ground. That includes at the top of these sites are the 11 hospitals in Gauteng, 11 hospitals, including the ones I have referred to, the academic hospitals, and some of our tertiary and regional and district hospitals are included in this. 11 hospitals are at the top of these sites because that's where we have the specialists. That's where we have some of the best trained people in there. And then we've got sites that would include right up to clinics and community centers. That's when we do mass vaccination. Phase 2. This is for phase 2. And we have trained over 800 vaccinators. One of the important lessons that have come out of the first phase just in the past week is the lessons we have drawn from the vaccination at Steve Biko and at Chris Hani Baragwanath. And one of the key things is about the partnership between the private and the public sector in executing this work. So I'm summarizing what is a very comprehensive plan, Madam Speaker, and the different parts of our rollout plan. But this plan depends, it was drawn firstly based on the availability of AstraZeneca. It was then adapted when things change, because all plans must be adapted when things change. Adapted back to the use of J&J. As I say, J&J vaccine is better for us, easier to administer. It's a 1 dose. 2 doses are often a problem in all vaccination or immunization programs. When we deal with people who have other diseases, who come for, if they have to come too many times, you lose them sometimes in the system. But we have to deploy all the vaccines. So what is the critical issue? I know coming out of the National Presidential Coordinating Council on Sunday, the critical issue is that we must go at length as a country to get all vaccines that are efficacious. In other words, they have proven to work and they are safe. We can't rely only on one vaccine. We have more than 40 million people to vaccinate. We have more than 10 million people in Gauteng to vaccinate. We can't rely on one vaccine. And these vaccines are being tested. The good thing is that data is coming out from various journals, and also approval authorities, regulatory authorities are approving these vaccines regularly, including, by the way, the Sputnik 5. Which has been approved, which data shows that it does work. So we can't choose a particular vaccine because of particular ideological inclinations. We must choose vaccines that work. And if a vaccine from China has proven to work, we must use that vaccine. We can't have prejudices that, no, we can't trust vaccines from that part of the world. We must only trust vaccines that come from that part of the world. And that's how we are working as a country. But as a province, I want to say, Honorable Msimang, we've got a solid plan. Vaccination sites are ready. Vaccinators have been trained. All we need is receiving more and more vaccines. Receiving more and more vaccines is not something in the hands of any province. Even countries are grappling. Many countries are grappling with access to vaccines. That's why we must develop our own industrial and scientific capabilities to produce our own vaccines as a country, as a leading country and economy in our continent. And the President has expressed this. We in this province have been calling for it. Pharmaceutical capacity, including the deployment of science to indigenous knowledge systems. We have lots of traditional therapeutics that have worked for generations, that have been used. Science must be combining with indigenous knowledge systems to help fight this pandemic. So that's what we are doing, and that's what we will continue to do. Our healthcare workers are really, really doing well in responding to the call. In fact, at the moment, we have more demand than we are able to meet, but national government is addressing this.
Honorable Msimango, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Just a short remark, Madam Speaker. Premier, thank you very much. Thank you very much for a comprehensive response. Premier, I'm worried that we're still not able to get a comprehensive plan with specific dates. And I do take your point that your plan has to change depending on what is happening at a national level. I think that people are getting more and more anxious, and we now need to be able to get some specific in terms of when can we expect certain things to be done in terms of dates. But I do take your point. Premier, I'm worried that one of the things that seems to be coming out, you would know the first person that you come across when you go to a school or a clinic or a hospital is not a nurse, is not a doctor, it's a security personnel. And they haven't even, those people, in my mind, should be a priority as well. But they haven't been included in the initial phase that we're talking about. And I think it's something that needs to be looked at as a matter of urgency. 15,502 is the current population in Gauteng. And, if we're talking about having 80,000 that is coming our way and 16,000 of those and 17,000 of those, I don't think that we really are getting to get to herd immunity fast enough. And I think possibly, Premier, I would want to make a plea that this is something that, as a province, we might consider looking at additional dosage and then contracting directly with the service providers or with the vaccine producers. Maybe something that we might start considering as a province of Gauteng, that we need to get to herd immunity as quickly as we possibly can. And if we can have additional resources that we, from a provincial perspective, can consider getting, then we should do that directly as a province. Thank you.
Premier?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Msimang, the security personnel is part of the essential workers. I didn't mention them, but they are part of the essential workers. So essential workers include cleaners. In fact, one of the greatest inspirations I got on Friday when I visited Krisani Baragwana was with the cleaners at Krisani Baragwanas, who came to me and said, we got our vaccines as part of the healthcare workers. They were extremely excited. The people from our township in Soweto saying that now we are taking the message to the township to say, we have survived. Taking a vaccine is a good thing. We are evidence that vaccines are safe. So Honorable Msimang, the security personnel are included. No, they are included in our list of essential. I see you are pointing up. I don't know where is that up you are pointing to. Let me deal with the fundamental question you are raising. Honorable Msimang, we must not be misled to think that a provincial jurisdiction can procure vaccines directly. And I want to tell you why we must not be misled. We must not be misled because we got a report, we were all there. Provinces, provincial premiers were there, and the mayors of metros. We were in a meeting of the Presidential Coordinating Council where we were briefed about how the pharmaceutical companies are going at great length to really, really undermine the authority, the sovereignty of countries, to sign agreements that will be very, very difficult because they are putting and they've done that in other parts of the world, putting governments under pressure to sign off and give them the kind of agreements in order to get access to the vaccines that governments are finding it very, very difficult. And I'm saying that if you share this illusion, I know where it comes from. It comes from the west of our country, in the south there, near the Table Mountain. I know that's where that illusion comes from. That illusion that you can have a province, a provincial authority, or a regional government, or a local government that procures. You will put yourself in such as if you'll put yourself as an administration in such a constitutional interregnum that provincial government doesn't have the authority to deal with. And they've been doing that. These pharmaceutical companies have been doing that to governments all in different parts of the world, to sign off on agreements that basically will make it very, very difficult to waiver all the risk, basically, waiver the risk away from pharmaceutical companies on anything else. So I know that Premier Windy was there in the meeting, and I know that it has been an ambition to think that you can just go as a province to go and secure vaccines. Out of that meeting, I think it was very clear to us that it is important that our country, there's one central place where vaccines are procured, and the key thing is that we need more vaccines. We in the provinces, all we just need is more vaccines. Yeah, we want to vaccinate 67%. By the way, the 10.4 million people is a computational, it's computed from 67% of the Gauteng population. It's not guesswork. The scientists have advised, if you want to reach population immunity in Gauteng, at least 67% of the population must be vaccinated. That's where the 10.7 million is. What are we doing? I think we are saying to national government, we understand why national government must procure the vaccines, safeguard the future of our country, ensure that these agreements that are signed, there's delivery of the vaccines, but also in the process ensure that we don't sign delivery of big pharma. The problem with big pharmaceutical companies is always that they act in their best interest, not so much about saving lives, but to make profit. So who must protect? We must get access to vaccines, but we must protect the people of our country. We have a duty, a constitutional duty. And that constitutional duty lies with the national state. The national state, our president and national cabinet have that responsibility. We need to, at our level, to think that you can just go and negotiate some deal with some pharmaceutical company coming from, and then they'll give you a great deal. By the way, it's some of the information circulating that in other countries, they're actually also asking the countries to hand over military bases to them as a way of signing this. They're demanding a lot. You need a solid government that safeguards the territory and territorial integrity and financial future of not just this generation, but future generations. So that's why Vaccine federalism will never work. You will fall into the trap of this big pharma. And big pharma acts in its own interest. When people get disease and when people get sick, big pharma makes big money. Big pharma is disappointed when there's no pandemic. When there are pandemics, big pharma makes big money. But we must access these vaccines, but it must be so. So set aside that illusion, Honorable Msima, that illusion that you think we can have our own deal for our own vaccines. It's an illusion that is a dangerous illusion. You will sell out this country. Unfortunately, you are not in charge, so you will never have even a chance to do that.
Thank you very much, Premier. We're now going to deal with questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 134. I will be prioritizing questions to the MEC for Health as she is supposed to be dealing with an urgent matter like the Premier has indicated. And I hope by the time we ask Honorable Mukwebo to ask his question, he will be able to connect as he just left the house now. But let me start with Honorable Bloom to MEC for Health, who will be able to respond virtually. Honorable Bloom.
Madam Speaker, sorry, you caught me off guard. I'm just switching off my other device. Thank you to the Honourable MEC for Health. Regarding nurses who completed their community service in Gauteng hospitals last year, will the MEC please indicate, 1, how many community service nurses completed their service at the end of last year? 2, how many of these nurses were offered employment by the department this year? 3, if they were not offered employment, why was this the case? 4, how many of these nurses are currently employed by the department? And 5, what plans are there to employ these nurses? Thank you.
Honorable Mokgethi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Bloom, for the question. If you allow me, Honorable Speaker, to switch my camera off for a better connection.
Yes, I allow you, but Honorable Bloom can switch off as well.
Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Bloom. Response to question 1 is 983. It's 983 community services nurses. Response to question 2, all 983 professional nurses who completed their community nursing in December 2020 were appointed on permanent post, so they were not terminated. The source thereof is PERSAL, and however, 41 of these nurses were appointed on 3-month contract at Charlotte Matlake because there were no positions that were created, but we're currently working on creating those posts, so no one is going to lose their job. Response to question 3, as stated above, all have been appointed except the 41 who are on 3-month contract at Charlotte Matlake as a result of unavailability of posts, and I've already explained that. Response to question 4, how many of these nurses who are currently employed by the department? Currently it's 942, and then 41 are on contract, as I've already explained. And response to question 5, what are the plans that are there to employ these nurses? Plans are underway to create posts for 41 community services nurses when their contracts end in March 2021. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Any supplementary question, Honorable Bloom?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, I'm very grateful that this has been sorted out. I did raise it in the Health Committee in January, and they hadn't been appointed at that stage, which is of great distress. Obviously, we need all the health staff that we can, and I'm very pleased that this has been sorted out. Thank you.
Next question. I'm not sure, Honorable Mukherjee, first, if I may just check with you in terms of the response or the short remark by Honorable Bloom. Do you want to say anything?
No, thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you.
It's noted.
Next question, Honorable Mukwebo to MEC for Health.
Speaker. We've heard. Thanks, Honorable Speaker. My question to MEC of Health is, what is the vaccine distribution process for the public and private health sector facilities in the province? The second one, how will the vaccine be shared equally between the public and private health sector facilities in the province? 3, what vaccination sites, hospital clinics have been allocated for the phased rollout of vaccination in the province? 4, what is the storage procedures are there currently in place in public health sector's facilities to ensure that the vaccine is kept between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius? The last one, MEC, will civil society organization or health facilities be allowed to participate in distribution of the vaccine? Thanks.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much, Honorable Mukwebo, for the question. Response to question 1, in the public sector, the vaccines will be distributed from hospital pharmacies to the vaccination sites within the hospital and from district pharmacies to the primary healthcare facilities. In the private sector, the vaccine will be distributed from the hospital pharmacy to the vaccination site within the hospital or any vaccination site linked to the hospital pharmacy. Response to question 2, the allocation will be made by the National Department of Health based on the number of all essential healthcare workers identified by both public and private sector in phase 1 as defined by vaccine rollout framework. The National Department of Health will claim, because the other question says, in the event that the vaccine will be for sale to the private sector, elaborate how will this be undertaken. The National Department of Health will claim from the medical aid the cost of vaccinating members of the medical aid schemes. There will be no payment at the point of service by any person who needs to be vaccinated. And then response to question 3, all public hospitals will be used as vaccination sites, and I think the Premier has indicated all those sites. And the number of units to be given will be based on the number of healthcare workers in that hospital. The same will apply to the private healthcare hospital. A response to question 4, the public sector has been performing vaccination for many years. The department will use the available resources like your -40 degrees fridges and cooler boxes to maintain the temperature of the vaccines between 2 and 8 degrees. Response to question 5, civil society will be allowed to assist in the vaccination process provided they meet the requirements for a vaccination site as set out by the National Department of Health. Distribution will only be done through a registered pharmacy, which is registered with the South African Pharmacy Council. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mukwebo, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
No, I'm okay, Speaker.
Okay. The next question is Honorable Mukwebo again to MEC for Health.
Yeah, I think that's why I didn't comment on the first one. The next question is as follows, MEC. Considering electronic vaccination data system, it's a self-enrollment portal. Will it be made mandatory for all public healthcare workers to enroll or use the booking system? The second question, Will the first phase rollout include support staff at public hospitals as part of frontline staff such as admin staff, cleaning staff, security personnel? The third one, what private funding sources are working with the department in funding the vaccine? The fourth one, how many cases of negative disposition across the department have been received by your office? The last one, is there any official or staff in your office or department currently under investigation or facing any disciplinary action? Thanks, MEC.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Mukwebo, for the question. Response to question 1, it is mandatory for healthcare workers to register on the EVDS for purposes of tracking the first vaccination to determine when the vaccine should come for the second phase. Response to question 2, the National Department of Health has set up and categorized frontline workers that will be eligible and prioritized for the vaccine rollout as referred under, as I will be giving you the response. Category 1 are those that aerosol generating procedures, that is your incubation, ventilation, taking care of COVID-19 or taking specimens. Category 2, those in direct contact with known or suspected COVID-19 patients. Category 3, those in contact with patients who are not known or suspected to have COVID-19. And category 4, those in contact with COVID patients. And then response to question 3, the National Department of Health is responsible for working with private sector to fund the vaccine rollout program. Response to question 4, there is no consequence for frontline workers who refuse to take the vaccine. Remember, even the President did explain that it is voluntary, but we are encouraging people to take the vaccine so that we can reach that herd immunity. And response to question 5, this matter is managed by National Department of Health. Gauteng province, like all other provinces, will be receiving guidance from the National Department of Health in this regard. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The last question on the investigation, I think it was not part of the questions, if I'm correct. Thank you.
Honorable Mukwebo, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
I don't understand. Sometimes she's in the bathroom or what, or she's sleeping. She's saying my last question. I want to respond to that question. And if she doesn't have a response, she must tell me. Sometimes she's following her boss who doesn't want to respond to EFF questions. I wanted to make a comment, Speaker, which the MEC must go to BARA. Why I raised this issue of vaccination, I saw the CEO of BARA with her staff. They posted on social media, they're no longer wearing masks, and then they are dancing there in that hospital. It's totally embarrassing and embarrassing our province. Vaccination doesn't mean that the person must not adhere to COVID regulation. She responded that the public frontliners are not going to be forced to take the vaccine. I visited myself with my team there by Steve Biko Hospital. The CEO, I asked her the same question. Tell me, if the frontliner or a nurse says, I don't want to be vaccinated, what are you going to do? She looked in my eyes and told me, I said I will tell this house. She said, no, we'll pray for them so that they can agree. And I asked my colleagues, and I want this house to know in this province that CEO said she's going to pray for those people. I don't know how to pray for them. Because there are frontliners who are saying they don't want to take vaccine, and we must not force them. So I'm not getting a clear answer, Speaker, to each and every CEO in this province where I visited hospital. What do they do when a frontliner says, I don't want to take a vaccine? All of them, they're keeping quiet to their mom. So the MEC must know that and try to address these things so that she can assist our people in this province. Thanks.
Okay. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. With regard to the matter of Barra, of the CEO not wearing the mask and them dancing and so forth, I will investigate this and I will revert to Honorable Mukwebo. And with regard to the healthcare workers or frontline workers that do not want to take the vaccine, yes, it is not compulsory for people to take a vaccine if they don't want to. But hence, we are communicating with them on daily basis, trying to raise awareness. And we have our OHS at Charlotte Matleke, the head of OHS, who is also trying to have one-on-one with the healthcare professionals in just making sure that they understand the importance of not taking the vaccine. And as an Honorable Speaker, if we did not have people in our province or healthcare professionals who did not have an appetite for taking the vaccine, wouldn't have received additional doses. But I want to assure Honorable Mukwebo that we will continue to raise the awareness so that people at the end can understand the importance of taking the vaccine, as the vaccine is not mandatory. You can't force. That is why you have to sign a consent form so that you must voluntarily accept to take the vaccine. Thank you very much. I hope I've answered Honorable Mukwebo.
Next question, Honorable Ramolefo to MEC for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding the 431 million spent on decontaminating schools in Gauteng, will the MEC please indicate, one, has the MEC established why the head of department denied this expenditure when asked by the portfolio committee? Two, what is the total budget for PPEs in schools and department offices? Please give breakdown. Three, has the department run multiple processes over and above services rendered by Bidvest and the 15,000 rand reported to have been given to schools? Four, has Bidvest paid for services reported to be free? And five, how much of the budget has been spent to date? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thanks so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Ramlifo, for your question. As we have answered in the portfolio committee meeting, our last portfolio committee meeting, Member Ramlifo, the HOD did not deny the figure. He just indicated and explained that the department makes a distinction between PPE expenditure and COVID-19 expenditure. He further indicated that what was spent was not on PPE, and the department could not account for the money spent on decontaminating schools, as the PPE expenditure does not relate to this matter. I think we are quite aware that I asked the SIU, the Auditor General, and all other investigating arms of the state to review this matter, and as soon as we receive their report, we'll be in a position to respond to other matters that we've raised. In terms of the budget allocation from Treasury, the Department of Education in Gauteng was allocated 570 million for PPEs, and we are currently evaluating all the invoices as we're preparing for the reopening of schools now, together with a mandate that was executed on our behalf by the Department of Health. As soon as these figures are consolidated, we'll be in a position to share this information with you. On the question whether the department has run multi-processes, no. The department has not run any multi-processes. The services that were rendered by Bidvest was only for the reopening of grade 12s when they were coming back only, the reopening of schools only. Beyond that, the department had to carry its own mandate and responsibilities to ensure that our schools are clean. So the services rendered by Bidvest and the transfers to schools were related to the preparation for the opening of schools on the 8th of June 2020, post-level 5 lockdown, which was primarily the cleaning of schools as they have been closed from the 18th of March 2020. In terms of question 4, no, Bidvest was not paid as these services were rendered free by Bidvest. Of how much to date that the department has spent, as I've indicated in answer number 2, that as soon as we consolidate the work that we did now to prepare for the reopening of schools, as well as the work that was done by the Department of Health on our behalf, and the allocation that we've given to school, we'll consolidate that figure and make that figure available to you so that you have an understanding on how much was utilized. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Truly appreciate it.
Any supplementary question or a short remark?
No, thank you, MEC. I just want to establish, as you have indicated, that some of the information will be provided when the investigation is done. I've noticed in a number of instances where when investigations are done, we hardly get access to the report themselves. We'll probably give assurance that indeed when the report is complete, you will share with us so that we'll be able to see what the report contains.
Honorable Missy.
Thank you so much, Member Ramlifa, for that follow-up question. My view is that this report is done by independent bodies like the SIU. If the SIU is willing to make that report available, I don't mind. We'll make that report available. But remember, you must not jeopardize the people that have given you information. Because some people that go to this institution, they go there demanding that they be protected as whistleblowers. So if you make some of the information public, you might jeopardize them and discourage them from making this information available. But in the absence of any other thing, I think this particular matter is a matter of national interest. This particular matter has brought negative reporting in terms of the department, in terms of the work that we are doing. We don't think that will be difficult in making it available if you get the go-ahead from the people that have commissioned that investigation. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Next question, Honorable Ramlifa to MEC for Education.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding the filling of vacancies in the department, will the MEC please indicate what plans are in place to fill all funded vacancies? What interventions are in place to avoid under-expenditure through funded vacancies? How many vacancies are there in the department as at the end of Jan 2021? With a commitment to create more jobs, are there any consequences for managers who are responsible for filling this post but have not? And if not, why not?
Honorable MEC.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Member Ramlifa, for your questions. In terms of question 1, the Gauteng Department of Education has approved the 2020-2021 recruitment plan for both schools and offices, which outlines timeframes and also outlines the funded posts which will be advertised. Remember, the education system is a very difficult system, Member Ramlifa. You have to advertise during certain periods. Because if you can advertise during the year, a teacher that is teaching a learner in grade 8, if he wants a position, a promotional position in another district, if you do that during the year, that teacher will leave teaching there and go to a promotional post and leave learners there unattended. So when you advertise posts, you must do them in installments so that it does not disrupt teaching and learning. I felt that information is very crucial so that during the year, there are no movements of teachers because education is an annual event. So if we have lots of movements within the education system, you'll disrupt the system. It's only certain positions like position of the principal and the position of HODs that we can have. But the actual work of teachers inside the classroom, that is why we advertise either at the beginning of the year or at the end of the year, so that the movement happens during holidays, so that you don't disrupt the education system and find people that are not been appointed, they move to other schools and leave other schools without teachers. In terms of question 2, posts are advertised in line with approved recruitment plan, and all managers are given management plans which guide them to fill posts timelessly. In terms of question 3, a total of 9,147 vacant posts were recorded as of the 31st January 2021, which translates to 9% vacancy rate of the department. And the acceptable vacancy rate in the public sector is 10%, and we are at 9%. In terms of question 4, A non-performance of managers is dealt with in line with provisions of the applicable and prescribed disciplinary procedures. In the case of SMS members, the applicable procedures dealing with misconduct and incapacity due to poor performance is outlined in Chapter 7 of the SMS Handbook. In terms of question 5, it falls out on the basis of the answer I've just given you on question 4. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Short remark.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and also to the MEC. But also doing follow-up, MEC, the time frame you have indicated, I also just gone through the third quarterly report, which also indicate that the type of vacancies the department has have not been filled. So it means that there's still another gap now. So are we saying that we need to wait for holidays, which is likely to be later after the end of financial year? Because if you look, the last financial report, there's under expenditure, and major part of it is because the many vacancies in the department are not filled, especially the teaching ones, which are more concerned, because if you look at the overcrowding, that problem is still persisting. So I want you to make a commitment to intervene, making sure that if they are funded, they need to be, a time frame to say this is the time where we need to fill them rather than return money back. Otherwise, don't budget for them. Reallocate budget somewhere else, like, build new schools or, additional mobile classrooms to deal with overcrowding. And obvious issue of, the percentage, as much as we know that is still in line. But if we look at the current challenge of unemployment in our country, I suspect that it should be our concern that not even 1% should be something which makes us feel comfortable when we've got so many people who are out of job, when the opportunities are available and also budgeted for. So I want you to also, look at that in that mind to say, does it matter whether it's 10% which is expected, but as long as there's a vacancy, that vacancy has to be filled, so that we're also responding to the country's challenge of unemployment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honorable Messi.
Point well made, Member Ramlifo. But unfortunately, I can't play God. I don't know who will die tomorrow. And if you want me to anticipate who will die tomorrow, it's a very difficult task. Because God is the only one that knows amongst ourselves who's next. And I can't do that with teachers. I can't do that with office staff. And you are quoting quarter 3. You know quarter 3 we've gone through difficulties. People are working from home. How do you interview people when people are working from home? SGBs were not meeting. How do you interview people when SGBs are not working? How do you ensure that those that wanted to take out or leave the system because they've got comorbidities and they were fearing the virus, how do we stop them? We can't. So the need to replace, I agree with you, it's a well-made point. But unfortunately, there are circumstances beyond our control that makes it extremely difficult to say we'll fill up to 0% or 1% or 2%, as you are saying. This system, people get interviewed, get attracted to other posts, and these are poor schools, unfortunately, which is the point that some of us are arguing very strongly, that the schools that have an extra cash have the ability to lobby good teachers in township schools because they can give an extra 5,000 rand. And teachers leave to go to those private schools or private institutions. There is an urgent need to review the salaries of our educators so that it must not be influenced by parents that have an extra cash. It must be influenced by the need and where the need is needed so that teachers can go there. That's an area for another debate for another day. But for now, please, man, don't expect me to play God. I don't know who will die tomorrow. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Next question, Honorable Shackleton to MEC for Community Safety, who will respond virtually.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the Honourable MEC for Community Safety. Regarding shortages of vehicles for the Gauteng Provincial Traffic Police officers, could the MEC please indicate, is there a shortage of vehicles for these officers? How has this impacted their ability to perform their duties? In light of the COVID-19 regulations, how many officers may occupy a vehicle while out on patrol? If the regulations in the question above caused a shortage of vehicles and manpower, and if yes, will more vehicles be procured to resolve this issue? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and greetings to all the members. In responding to the first question on the shortages of vehicles for the officers, yes, there is a shortage. In any organization, there's always a shortage of vehicles. They are never enough. That's why you find, even as the provincial government, we've taken it upon ourselves to also assist in purchase cars for the SAPS. So obviously, even in our Gauteng Traffic Police, we do have a shortage. On question number 2, how has this impacted their ability to perform their duties? Road safety officers could not manage to perform their duties, which resulted in non-achievements of their targets due to vehicle shortages, and traffic officers must also share vehicles and rotate after shifts, which may lead to spreading of COVID-19 disease, and this affects the ability of officers to conduct visible patrolling and the reduction of road fatalities. Of course, as a department, we've taken it upon ourselves to ensure that we decontaminate the cars before they are actually handed over to the next shift of officers. In responding to question number 3, in the light of COVID-19 regulations, how many officers may occupy? The maximum is 3 officers that may be able to occupy a car. The regulations do allow that. In responding to question number 4, if the answer is yes, the regulation is part of the causes which resulted in shortages of vehicles and manpower. Question 5, if we'll be purchasing more vehicles, yes, we will be purchasing more cars. Some of them, of course, their contracts are ending due to a defleet. Others, they've reached their higher mileage, so obviously they'll have to be replenished. So as a department, we do intend to purchase more cars in order to be able to make sure that our officers do have sufficient cars. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Any supplementary question or short remark, Honourable Shackleton?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and through you to the MEC for Community Safety. Would making the Gauteng Traffic Police a 24-hour police service assist in the situation that has been indicated about the lack of vehicles causing a lack of efficacy of the Gauteng Traffic Police, thereby creating more shifts? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe that's a new question. If Honourable Member Shackleton wants to ask about 24/7 shift, may he please retable a new question. Thank you very much.
Next question, Honourable Nsekhe to MEC for Social Development, who will respond virtually.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to youth empowerment programs, could the MEC please indicate how much money in rands and cents was budgeted for this program in 2020-2021? How much money in rands and cents have been used to date? How many people have been trained since the beginning of the 2020-2021 financial year to date? How has the program been adjusted to assist youth during the lockdown period? And how would monitoring and evaluation measure the success of this program? Thank you, Speaker.
Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. If you allow, may I turn my video off for better reception?
Allowed.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Honourable Nsekhe, for the questions. In response to question 1, the programs have been separated into 2. The first program is the development centers, and an amount of 78,464,321 rands has been allocated. Regarding the youth development program, an amount of 11,305,000 has been allocated, bringing a total to just over 89 million for the 2 programs. Responding to question number 2, the development centers, the expenditure amount is 62,318,818 rands and 33 cents, and the amount committed is just over 81 million rands. And for the youth development, the expenditure amount so far is 9,318,924 and 73 cents, and the committed amount is 11,304,688. And the total for expenditure amount is just over 71 million, and the total expenditure for committed amounts is just over 92 million rands. Responding to your question 3, Honorable Ncheke, the response is that at the end of the third quarter, 35,670 youth had been trained in the 2020-2021 financial year. Regarding your fourth question, the program under quarter 1 targets have been added and spread to targeted performance in quarter 2 up to 4 of the financial year. Programs that require mass gatherings have been adjusted to small classes and online offerings. The youth camp programs were cancelled, and I'm sure you're aware of the reasons for this eventuality. This also informed changes to the source of evidence verification. Honorable Ncheke, there's an annexure that will give you more detail, which will be forwarded to yourselves. Responding to question 5, regarding monitoring and evaluation, this apply to performance and financial monitoring and evaluation, which is evidence-based. Again, there's an annexure which is quite voluminous, and it will be forwarded to yourself. The department policy framework on managing performance information, that's what the annexure entails. Monitoring and evaluation would measure the success of the program in the following manner. The first one is that it's regarding program monitoring. Regular monitoring visits to NPOs to assess achievements of targets, effectiveness of the program, etc. The monitoring of program objectives through funded NPO is preceded by enlisting program objectives, which are later translated into performance indicators and targets. The department routinely collects data on these indicators and compares actual results with targets. NPOs also submit quarterly programs and financial progress reports to the department. The department then evaluates the reported performance against planned targets to provide information whether the programs have registered success or not. Secondly, annual reviews are conducted for the NPOs that have submitted business plans intended for a new financial year. This assessment for the performance of the NPO programs implemented emphasizes on how an NPO has been successful in achieving the program, financial and operational aspects that were agreed upon for the success of the program. And lastly, the program evaluations are then conducted by the research unit.
Honorable Ncheke, do you have a supplementary question?
I was not finished, Speaker. I was interrupted by somebody who was speaking. May I just conclude?
Okay.
Thank you. I was saying, lastly, the program evaluations are then conducted by the research unit based on budget availability, where program lessons are drawn to improve future interventions and to inform policy. This often includes customer satisfaction survey. I am through, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Ncheke, do you have any supplementary question or short remark?
I've got a short remark, Chair. Speaker. Thank you so much. MEC, thank you very much for your response. The only concern I have, when I listen to 35,000 youth being trained, I hope that it's not unaccredited courses like you had in the previous years. Once again, I'm also worried about your response to question 5, because you know that there's a big vacancy for monitoring and evaluation in the department. So I'm wondering whether the department is really getting value for money. But I will be bringing further questions to this House, because I'm not happy with the training being provided to the youth under social development. Thank you.
Your comments, MEC?
No, it's fine. Speaker, thank you. She said she'll be sending more questions, so it's fine. We'll respond to the questions. But I also believe that when she goes through the annexures that I made mention of, she'll get more clarity on the matters. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Can you request that all your questions be sent via the procedural office? Then they'll be forwarded to the MEC for record purposes. Next question, Honorable Ntseke, to MEC for Social Development.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to old age homes in Gauteng, could the MEC please indicate how many facilities are there in the province? Of these, how many are privately run and how many are government funded? How many elderly people are in the government facilities versus private facilities? How many people have passed away from COVID-19 during the first wave in government facilities versus private facilities? And to date, how many have passed away from COVID-19 during the second wave in government facilities versus private facilities? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Responding to the first question, Honorable Ntseke, in total there are 216 old age home facilities in the province. Responding to your second question, the breakdown of the facilities are as follows. There's one government facility, there's 72 NPO facilities that are funded by the department. There's 143 private facilities in the database of the department. Responding to your third question, the number of residential facilities, one government facilities, and it accommodates 190 persons. There's NPOs managed facilities funded by the government, accommodates 5,426 individuals, and private facilities, they accommodate 6,653 people. Responding to your fourth question, number of residential facilities, government facilities, and there are no people who passed away in those facilities. People who passed away in the NPOs managed by NPO facilities that are funded by government, there's 239. In private facilities, the number cannot be confirmed due to limited monitoring capacity. However, the Department of Health, in partnership with the department, assisted in cases of COVID-19 crisis in private older persons residential facilities. Responding to your fourth question, Honorable Ntseke, okay, in government facilities, there was just one person who passed on. At NPO managed facilities funded by government, 7 older persons unfortunately passed on. And in private facilities, the number cannot be confirmed due to the same reasons that I gave under response to question 4. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Any comments, supplementary questions?
Just a comment to the MEC. Thanks for your response, MEC. I think I want to give you the same feedback I gave you in the previous question to say, please can you look at getting your vacancies filled for monitoring and evaluation? Because if you're running a department, it would be nice to do a comparison between your private facilities versus your government facilities, because then you can see where the gaps are within government or gaps are in private facilities. Now, when you've got inconclusive answers, it's because you have incapacity in your monitoring and evaluation department. So it's actually useless to me. Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Madam Speaker, if I would request the member to actually send a question in regards to vacancies, and then we'll be able to give specific responses to that question. Suffice to say that action is being taken. There's been adverts that went out, but for more information, I would request the member to then ask a direct question, and we'll respond to it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next question, Honorable Bloom to MEC for Infrastructure Development, who will respond virtually.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the MEC for Infrastructure Development, regarding the Anglo Gold Ashanti Hospital, will the MEC please indicate, 1, on what basis was this hospital made available by Anglo Gold Ashanti? 2, if this was done on a lease basis, on what date does the lease expire? 3, what is the intention after the lease expires? 4, on what legal authority was expensive alteration done to a building which the department does not own? And 5, who took the decision to do extensive alterations to this building at great expense? Thank you.
Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, may I request that I also respond with my camera off? The responses are as follows. On what basis was this hospital made available by Anglo Gold Ashanti? It was made available on a lease basis. On what date does the lease expire? It expired on the 31st of January 2021. What is the intention after the lease expires? The intention is to enter into a long-term lease agreement or a donation of the facility to the province. The new owner, Harmony Gold Mine, has agreed in principle to donate the hospital to the province. On what legal authority was the expensive alteration done to a building which the department does not own? The response is as follows. The legal authority was given by the Department of Health, head of the department, who is the accounting officer, and who has the delegation to authorize expenditure. On who took the decision to do extensive alterations to this building at this expense, the response is as follows. The decision was taken by the Provincial Exco after presentation by both the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development and Property Management and the Gauteng Department of Health. Thank you.
Thank you. Any supplementary question or short remark?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm really quite flabbergasted, actually, that in fact this is a lease. Something like 500 million rand has been spent on a property that the provincial government doesn't actually own. I don't think that's legally valid, and I want to ask the Honourable MEC if they have a legal opinion on whether you can actually spend money on something that you don't actually own. So will she please reply when she has sought a legal opinion and what that legal opinion actually says? And now we hear that the entire provincial executive took a decision to spend R500 million on a hospital in the far west of this province where a hospital need was never identified in the first place. It's in the wrong part of the province, huge amounts of money. I don't even know if it'll even treat any COVID-19 patients, which is why it was actually built in the first place. It just seems to me that it's very likely to be a white elephant and a very poor decision. And now we hear that the entire provincial government is responsible for it, and I think they've got to be accountable for it, particularly if we spent money illegally on a building that we don't own. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bloom. The response is that no, we don't have a legal opinion to such, but safe to say that the lease agreement will detail what the department can and cannot do in terms of any alterations or what we call tenant installation on a building. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable MEC. Honourable Koma.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As the EFF, we have received multiple questions and complaints about the province relating to the corruption of police, which has only been exacerbated by the pandemic and lockdown, resulting in police conduct, dysfunctional and resulted to a banana republic. Will the MEC respond to the following questions about the corruption in the police station in Soweto, more specifically Moroka Police Station, Deep Kloof Zone 1 Police Station, and Kliptown Police Station? In her response, can the MEC answer the following questions? How many complaints has the department received with regard to the police station in Soweto? In your response, provide the names of the police station with the highest number of complaints. How many police officers are currently under investigation relating to alleged corruption, fraud, violence, abuse of state resources in Soweto? In your response, also include the number of police officers Yes. In your response, please include the number of police officers under investigation at Moroka Police Station, Deep Kloof Zone 1 Police Station, Kliptown Police Station. How many officers have been arrested in connection with the alleged corruption and gun violence, fraud, violence, misconduct, abuse of state resources at Moroka Police Station, Deep Kloof Zone 1 Police Station, and Kliptown from the 1st of January 2018 to date? In your response, please provide with court appearance detailed number of convictions and investigation authority handling the said cases. How does the department intend in dealing with the corruption at the police station in the province, and particularly at Moroka Police Station and Deep Kloof Zone 1 Police and Kliptown Police Station with relating to the illegal use and abuse of state resources? How many police officers have been arrested in connection with the court cases under investigation and concluded successfully and prosecuted? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. MEC, please respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and from the Honourable Member for the questions. In responding to question number 1, of how many complaints has the department received with regards to police stations in Soweto, and that we must also indicate the number of complaints. In Deep Kloof, we received 2. In Kliptown, we received 1. In Moroka, we received 2. On question number 2, how many police officers are currently under investigation relating to the alleged corruption, fraud, violence, abuse of state resources in Soweto, especially in those 3 stations again? The response is as this, Honourable Member. In Deep Kloof, it is 3 cases. In Kliptown, it is 1 case. In Moroka, it is 2 cases. On question number 3, how many officers have been arrested in connection with the alleged corruption and gun license fraud, violence, misconduct, and abuse of state resources in those 3 stations? In response is that in Deep Kloof, it is 3. In Kliptown, it is 1. In Moroka, it is 1. And currently, there are 3 cases that are being investigated by the DPCI, and 3 cases are investigated by the Provincial Anti-Corruption Unit. Question number 4, how does the department intend on dealing with corruption at police stations in the province, and particularly in those 3 stations? Response is that the advocacy and effective implementation of the ethics and anti-corruption strategy and the National Instruction 18 of 2019 integrity management. Its objectives are that we need to ensure organizational culture and climate that is conducive to improving ethics integrity, regulate the ethics committee of the service, regulate the appointment and the functions of those, promote integrity and manage the financial disclosure system and manage the processes and systems, especially when it comes to dealing with the police. On question number 5, how many police officers have been arrested in connection with the cold cases? The answer is arrests. That has been done is 6 arrests. There are 4 investigations. There's 1 case and 2 unconcluded cases, sorry. It is 1 case and there are 2 people who are actually accused. On successful prosecution, it is 2 people that have actually been arrested. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honourable Koma, do you have a supplementary remark or question?
Thank you very much, MEC, for responding to our questions. It's just a pity that there has been a number of cases that our people have reported, and you've only mentioned quite a few that you have mentioned in your response. Therefore, we ask that your department go back and review and check properly how many cases that have been reported. There might have been cases that are reported, but they are hidden somewhere, because these cases involve police officers. Of course, they've got friends of friends in those police stations. We have a lot of cases that have come to our attention, and we'll have to state to the MEC that can she go and get conclusive cases in those police stations and come back and give us a proper report, because there are quite a number of cases that we can also email to her for her attention if she didn't get that full report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. MEC?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We appreciate what the honorable member is sharing with us, like he's promising that he can share with us all those cases that have been reported. We will truly appreciate them, honorable member. The information I was sharing with you is information that comes from IPIT. Remember, that is the institution that deals with police corruption or cases that have been reported against the police. So we don't just thumbsuck numbers, but we actually get information from the people who are responsible in dealing with cases and corruption that you find within the police. So if, as you allege, that you've got cases you can send to us, we truly appreciate. Please share.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Secretary, the next order, please. Still question? Oh. I'll call for supplementary questions or remarks. On Mufama. Sorry. Apologies for that. Honorable Mufama.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Considering that the department has a mandate to ensure economic development and job creation, as the EFF, we have noted that SMMEs should play an integrated role in bridging the gap between sustainable socio-economic development and job creation. With this in mind, will the MC respond to the following questions? Has the department put any measure in place to ensure that small, medium, and micro enterprises contracted to participate in the department construction and infrastructure project are sufficiently skilled to ensure that quality is not compromised in pursuit of the target set out of Preferential Procurement Policy Frame Act 5 of 2000? In your response, elaborate further on what act elaborate further on what said measures are and when they were put in place. Number 2, in the event that response to is no why is this the department position in regard? In your response, provide the relevant details. What is the preliminary and general demand percentage to SMEs?
Honorable Member Mufama.
On department project. How many SMEs in the
Member
department
Mufama.
currently?
Sorry to interrupt your thoughts. Can you just remove the thing a bit? Yeah.
Okay. I'll start afresh, I don't mind.
Continue, Honorable Mufama.
I will start with the questions, Deputy Speaker. Has the department put any measures in place to ensure that the small, medium, and micro enterprise contract to participate in the department construction and infrastructure project are? Can you speak, Deputy Speaker? Can you please?
Order, colleagues.
How? Infrastructure project are sufficiently skilled to ensure that quality is not compromised in pursuit of targets set out in Preferential Procurement Policy Frame Act of 2000. In your response, elaborate further on what said measures are and when they were put in place. Number 2, in the event that the response
is no. Why is this department position in regard in no response? Provide the relevant details. What is the preliminary and general demand percentage that SMEs are entitled to on department project? How many SMEs is the department currently working with that are owned and run by Black women in township and informal settlement across the province? And number 5, how many service levels agreements have been signed with youth-run SMEs to serve an implementation agency in the province? In your response, provide the exact number on site SMEs and detail how many are Black-owned. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable MEC Utara.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The responses are as follows. I'm not going to repeat the question, but just go straight to the responses. On the question subsection 1, the response is for all construction projects in the public sector. All contractors need to be registered with the CIDB, which is the Construction Industry Development Board. The department therefore makes sure all contractors, irrespective of size, are registered with CIDB before they are awarded any project. This is to comply with the CIDB Act 38 of 2000, Section 18, subsection 1. Once contractors are registered with CIDB, the department takes comfort in the fact that they are competent to perform works according to their accredited class and grade. Subsection 2 or question 2, in the event that the response is no, why is the department's position in this regard? The response is that it's not applicable because the response was not no. What is the PNG's, preliminary and generals, demand percentage that SMMEs are entitled to on department projects? The response is as follows. Preliminary and generals are priced by the main contractors. SMMEs have to agree to PNGs with the main contractor based on agreements on cost and scope reached on work to be done. It should be based on cost incurred and cost agreed with the main contractor, and that cost is already included in the main contractor's PNGs. There could be cases where no PNGs are paid to SMMEs based on the type of agreements reached between the main contractor and the SMME. It's important to note, Honourable Member, that the 30% is based on the entire contract value and not segregated in terms of areas priced by the main contractor. How many SMMEs is the department currently working with that are owned and run by Black women in township and informal settlements across the province? The response is as follows. The information refers to the appointments made during the current financial year towards Black women SMMEs in the townships. There may be entities that have been appointed for more than one project. In quarter 1, it was 5, in quarter 2 it was 12, in quarter 3 it was 7, and that gave us a total of 24. How many service level agreements have been signed with youth-run SMMEs to serve as implementing agencies in the province? The response is as follows. The information refers to appointments made in the current financial year towards Black youth-owned SMMEs. Inclusive in these numbers are appointments on goods and services, where purchase orders are created, as well as maintenance works allocations based on the 3-year general service level agreement. In quarter 1, it was 70. In quarter 2, it was 40. And in quarter 3, it was 54. That brought us to a total of 164. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Mfama, do you have a question or a remark? Thank you very much. Moving right along to the following question. Honourable Mfama.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Understanding that the department envisioned providing integrated and smart public infrastructure and property management solutions that transform the spatial landscape and improve the quality of life of citizens of Gauteng, will the MC respond to the following? What the target has department set for the new renewal lease with Black-owned properties to provide infrastructure, delivery, economic development, and job creation in the province for 2021 and 2022? Number 2, what the progress has been made in meeting the target mentioned set by the department in response provide number of new leases signed with black-owned properties since 2019 to the date. Does the department intend to entering into a lease with landlords who are not complying with the requirements of black economic empowerment in the case where there are no black-owned properties in a certain area? The black-owned properties do not meet certain criteria. If not, why not? If so, why are the relevant details? In the case where black-owned properties do not tender for a specific contract, will the department cancel the tender process and retender in order to allow for those businesses to participate? If not, what is the department position in the regard? Number 5, in the event of what the number of times will produce be followed and other mechanisms will be used to ensure that the target is met. I thank you, Speaker. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable MEC Mutara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The responses are as follows. What target has the department set for new leases with black-owned properties to provide infrastructure delivery for 2021-2022? The response is none. The department has an overall target in terms of black-owned businesses, which is not segregated for and does not have a specific number for new or renewal leases. What progress has been made in meeting the target mentioned in 1, and that is we were asked to provide number of new leases signed with black-owned properties since 2019 to date. Although the department did not set any target, 11 new leases have been signed for black-owned properties to date. Does the department intend on entering into a lease with landlords who are not compliant to the requirements of BEE? The response is as follows. The department needs to ensure at all times that it adheres to the applicable legislative frameworks that govern leases in the public sector to promote good governance and accountability. However, since the department is committed to black economic empowerment as a pre-qualification for procurement of office space in tenders for areas that do not meet certain criteria. In cases where black-owned properties do not tender for a specific contract, will the department cancel the tender process and re-tender in order to allow for those businesses to participate? If not, what is the department's position in this regard? The response is as follows. The procurement process, as per the applicable legislative framework, requires a process that is fair, competitive, cost-effective, equitable, and transparent. As per the prescript, there is allowance made according to the PPPFA to apply objective criteria in terms of race, gender, and disability. In such a case, the department could cancel the tender if the objective criteria was for the advancement of black-owned properties. However, if this was not the case, then it would be difficult to cancel the tender. In the event that A, what number of times would the procedure be followed, and B, what other mechanisms could be used to ensure the target is met? The response is as follows. A, it is difficult to follow the procedure of cancellation in the event where the objective criteria was not stated upfront. Hence, it is difficult to indicate the number of times the procedures to be followed, but procedures are usually followed. Other mechanisms can include that the department ensure that market analysis is fully done to find where black-owned firms are located. These firms should then be put on a panel or roster. The roster may be used to invite these firms to tender for specific projects as per framework agreement. And C, furthermore, there also have to be thorough empowerment of such firms, such as capital financing and mentoring, to create a pool of such firms. This could be done in collaboration with the Department of Economic Development and Gauteng Treasury. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Mutara. Do you have a supplementary question? No. Thank you. Moving along, Honorable Badenhorst, please read the 13th question.
Thank you, Speaker. MEC, it's a known fact that there is a vast shortage of social workers in the Department of Government. And knowing this, can the MEC please respond to the following questions? Were you aware of the shortage of social workers in the department? Were there any measures put in place for the appointment of social workers in the previous quarter? If so, why is there still a lack of them in most of the departments, for example, in clinics and police stations, to provide assistance for rape victims? Furthermore, the availability in post offices to assist disabled people and pensioners with grants, even at SASSA offices to avoid long queues, and in schools where children are molested by fellow learners and teachers. And number 4, MEC, there is many qualified social workers out there who needs employment without being family of certain people. Or is nepotism still showing its ugly head in the department? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Musupia.
Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Can you hear me, Honourable Deputy Speaker? Am I audible?
Not really. Can you increase your volume or maybe raise your voice?
Okay, I will try. Sorry about that.
Yeah, better now.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you and thanks for the questions, Honourable Badenhorst. Responding to your first question, Honourable Badenhorst, the Gauteng Department of Social Development has filled 1,705 social work posts to date. The filling of posts is linked to provisions of budget. So there are 55 vacant posts of social workers funded in the establishment report at the end of January this year. That gives a vacancy rate of 3.1%. Yes, there's still a vacancy, so aware of that. This will be filled by intake of social work graduates during the first quarter of 2021-2022 through a normal recruitment process. Responding to your second question, Honourable Badenhorst, the response is yes. 52 social work posts were created and appointments were made from the social work graduate intake of the 2020-2021 financial year in line with the scholarship agreements. Responding to your third question, Honourable Badenhorst, clinics and police stations are responsible for the creation of posts and appointment of their own social workers as linked to their departmental establishment. SASSA is responsible for submitting the required number of social workers to assist with the management of long queues during payment of grants. The department currently provides social work services at schools in the province. Responding to your fourth question, Honourable Badenhorst, the department advertised in 2019 requesting unemployed social work welfare professionals to register on our departmental database. The database is used when there are short-term employment opportunities. All other vacancies are advertised in line with the DPSA regulations and social workers are appointed on merit. The department is audited by GAS and the AG, and oversights are done by various role players. No cases of nepotism were ever reported or found within the department. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Honourable Badenhorst, do you have a follow-up question or supplementary, a remark, sorry?
Thank you, Speaker. You know, it's funny. On question 3, you said, MEC, that you said there's 1,700 social workers appointed, but it's funny when you go to the schools, even the clinics, wherever, police stations or whatever, there's no social workers that can assist the victims. And furthermore, these people were supposed to, each and every department is supposed to have a social worker. But as you said, they are appointed, but there's no show of them. So, are they invisible, or do they only come when they are needed or what? Thank you.
Honorable Nseke.
Thank you. In terms of 137 subsection 5, maybe as a follow-up question as to just ask if all the funded positions for social workers are filled in the department then. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Nseke. Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Honorable Badenhorst, I think just as a general advice, the questions that related to police stations and clinics, I think you should ask them directly to those departments. I cannot give you answers that I don't have. Information that you need rests with those departments. So yeah, your concern is noted, but honestly, there's nothing that I can do with that. If you ask me a question regarding the social workers that are in the department, yes, we'll give you a direct answer to that. Honorable Ncheke, again, thanks for your question, but I think I've already responded to it. If you need more detail, I'm going to advise again that you ask a new question directly and we'll give you more detail to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Through you to the Honourable MEC for Community Safety. Regarding incidents of crime at Fountain Circle, Tshwane, could the MEC please indicate how many incidents of crime per category have been reported at this intersection since January 2020 to date? How many criminals have been arrested to date? How many of these have been convicted? What plans does the South African Police Service currently have in place to ensure the safety of residents who make use of this intersection? And if there are currently no plans, by when will plans be in place? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Honourable MEC.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In responding to the first question, offences that have been committed: attempted theft out of motor vehicles, 1 case; common robbery, 4 cases; malicious damage to property, 3 cases; robbery with firearm, 3 cases; theft out of motor vehicles, 26 cases. There's a total of 37 cases that have been reported since January 2020 to date. In responding to question number 2, how many criminals have been arrested to date? 1 suspect so far has been arrested. Others, their cases are still under investigation. Remember, when they steal out of cars or robber, they then run away. So obviously, police have to make follow-up and be able to arrest those culprits. So far, that is the one that has been arrested. What plans does the South African Police Service have to ensure safety of residents who make use of that intersection? It's not only residents, even me, Member Mazibugo, I do pass that intersection. So maybe your question will be, what plans are in place to ensure safety of people when they use that intersection? My response will be, crime prevention is being done with South African Police Service together with the Tshwane Metro Police, and they conduct patrols and they also do observations daily. Those that do use that intersection will actually give evidence that they do find miniana stop and searches that are being done by either SAPS or by the Tshwane Metro Police. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Do you have a follow-up question, Member Shackleton, or a short remark?
Yes, please, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's actually quite easy to find a follow-up question because the MEC didn't answer question 3. So the MEC did tell us how many criminals have been arrested to date, but the MEC, I believe she skipped past her notes. on question 3, which is how many of these have been convicted. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Lemisi?
Yeah. I think the honorable member is correct. I did not answer question number 3 on how many criminals, or I did answer the one of those that have been arrested. Of those that have been convicted, most of these cases, as I indicated, they are still under investigation, honorable member Shackleton. So there may not have been any convictions because, as I explained, sometimes when a person does commit crime, they run away, they disappear in the bushes, and they are never found. And obviously, anyone who tries to chase them, it's fence, jigelakada, zongtolakada, they never find them. So hopefully, most of those cases are still under investigation. As I indicated, some might have been arrested, but others, their investigation is still ongoing. So in short, there has never been any convictions. Baya danki.
Thank you, MEC. Moving along, Member Tong, can you read the 15th question to the MEC of Human Settlements?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to the district development model being flaunted as an answer to address the dysfunctional of the implementation of the intergovernmental relation and cooperative governance framework to deal with concurrent functions of water resources and water services provision in the province, will the MEC respond to the following? What are the relevant details of the risk and mitigation strategies that have been identified by the department to ensure the successful implementation of the district development model? Which municipalities in the province have piloted the district development model since 2019? In your response, kindly provide details. Which municipalities have compiled reports about the success and failures of the district development model in their respective municipalities? In your response, provide details of at least one municipality by sharing its report and executive summary. If no report, elaborate why. And what have been the most significant findings about each municipalities and the district development model? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. I think the question, the first question, or rather the preface, not the question, could have been better structured and phrased, because the concurrence of water provision function, it's between national and local. The province does not have that function. So that's why I'm saying, well, as a former COSAS president, I believe in each one, teach one. So that's why I'm saying the question could have, the preface could have been better structured, but I think I understand what the member wants to say, and therefore I would answer the first question by saying, here are the risks and mitigation measures which are in a table form, and I will not take you through to all of them, but just to demonstrate, one of them is the lack of coherence in planning, budgeting, and implementation. The district responses, plans or packages for COVID-19 and beyond driven, the ward-based war rooms are meant to help us deal with that beyond the COVID-19 process. The second one will be weak participation of GPG sector departments in the IDP processes. So the provincial planning and budgeting process will seek to mitigate this and all that. So we tabulate a lot of those. The honourable member, though the original question was supposed to be by Member Ledwaba, so I will submit those as read, Honourable Deputy Speaker. On question 2, I'm saying refer to question 1 because we've answered there. On question 3, there is no municipality that has compiled reports on the successes and failures of the model because it has not yet been piloted to any municipality, and therefore question 4, what have been the most significant findings about each municipality and the DDM in general? And we are saying some of the weaknesses, and hence we are muting this framework not as a panacea to all the problems that we face, but as a continuous intervention like many others that we have in place. So it must not be seen in isolation and as a panacea. There's been issues of poor integration, coordination of programs, unclear on the rationale of some of the projects, sector departments not collaborating, most projects not spatially mapped. So these would have been previous challenges and weaknesses which we are dealing with through, as I've said, many other interventions, including our own plan as a province to govern better. So those will be the answers, but I have a comprehensive answer here, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable. Let me see. Member Dong, do you have a short remark or a question? Supplementary question?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Can the MEC provide the answer in a written form? Thank you.
MEC? Thank you. Moving along, Honorable Moriarty, please read the 16th question.
Wasn't expecting to do this today. I was convinced that it was going to go over to next week. Anyway. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise to ask the MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation regarding the Provincial Heritage Resources Authority Gauteng, FRAG. Would the MEC please indicate 1, has a new committee for FRAG been appointed? 2, if so, who are the members? 3, when were they appointed? 4, if not, why not? And 5, if no to 3, by when will a new committee be appointed? Thank you.
MEC?
Thank you. With regards to the question that has been raised, yes, the process to appoint a new committee has been finalized, and upon receiving of the applications for those who were interested, who had applied. With regards to your question 2, if so, who are the members? A 15-member team has been constituted, made up of 6 returning members and 9 new members. We will be able to submit the list. If Deputy Speaker, I can go through the names if you so wish. Okay. We have Ms. Dorothy Raikane, Prof. Anton van Volven, Mr. Brian Mackenzie, Ms. Refilwe Masocha, Mr. Spusiso Rupert Ndamase, Mr. Kumbuzo, Vincent Maimela, sorry. Apologies. Number 7, Advocate Ekaneng Mukhozi. Number 8, Advocate Gabriel Melo. Ms. Angela White, Mr. Ferhat Maharaj, Ms. Pilisiwe Dlamini, Mr. Magolo, Ms. Kim Keller, Ms. Edna Pasha, and lastly, Ms. Jennifer Munyai. With regards to your question 3, if not, why not? Sorry, your question 3 is when were they appointed? The names were finalized on the 26th of Feb. And question 4 is if not, why not? The question has been responded to, so it's not relevant. And your last question, if no, by when will the new committee be constituted? The new committee has been duly constituted. Thank you very much for the question.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this of course is very welcome news. This was well overdue, so I wonder if the Honourable MEC would be taking to task the people that were responsible for the delay. So we just thank the Honourable MEC for the information and welcome the development. And I also welcome the fact that maybe Honourable Maile could be a part of Heritage one day. Thank you.
MEC, do you want to respond?
Thank you. I think the comments are well noted, and indeed, he will be working with us quite closely. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Msimang, please read the next question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. To Honorable Maile, MEC for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs and Human Settlements. With regards to the letter submitted to the Executive Mayor of Johannesburg, Geoffrey Makubo, on the 26th of October 2020, by yourself, in which it was indicated that Mayor Makubo would be investigated in relation to the potential legislative and executive failures. Could the MEC please indicate, 1, has the investigation concluded? 2, if yes, what actions are to be taken against Mayor Makubo? 3, if yes, please provide a copy of the investigation. 4, if no, why has the investigation not been concluded? And lastly, if not, by when will this be concluded? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the question. I must indicate that the question again, Honourable Member, at no point did I say I will investigate the mayor. Like we do with all the allegations that we receive, and we are consistent. I actually have a template. We ask mayors to give us reasons why, or whoever that's implicated, why must we not investigate them? So I think it's important to phrase it correctly so that you don't say tomorrow I've misled the House. But I want to read this, the answers to your question, because they are comprehensive. And I know I received a letter from, who's your chief whip? Johannesburg. Because I received a letter from Izimimo, and I responded to that letter. And then I wrote to the mayor. And then the mayor responded. After the mayor responded, and now I'm giving a summary of what is in here. After the mayor had responded, there was no sufficient basis for me to conduct an investigation under Section 106. I then wrote back to the DOMCOP to say, DOMCOP, I don't understand what you are saying. Can you please respond so that I can make a determination? So that the DOMCOP, instead of responding, because she does not she lacks comprehension, she then gives you these questions to ask me. And I'm saying to you, the mayor has responded on the letter I have written to him. I have written to the mayor of Oguruleni about sanitation at some point. He responded. There was no basis to conduct an investigation. I've written to Mayor your fellow dancer, Michael Jackson, of the one who has left. So I've written to a number of them. I've written to Mayor Mukhalaba, I've written, and all of them respond. And when you respond and your response makes sense, because to investigate costs a lot of money. For instance, one of the matters that the DOMCOP wants me to investigate is that the budget has not been passed. The budget has been passed. We are on record as the Gauteng provincial government giving the municipality, an instruction to pass a budget by a certain period. They have passed it, so you want me to investigate that? There's a budget. In fact, last week Friday, they were amending their budget. And now, the DOMCOP says I must investigate that. But also the DOMCOP says to me, there's COVID-related corruption. We all know that the public protector is busy with that. So you're saying I must take resources and investigate that. So I can go on and on. But in summary, Honorable Michael Jackson, there is no basis to investigate. And I'll give you a comprehensive, the letter, I'm even quoting here, the letter I wrote to the DOMCOP. I don't know if the DOMCOP was able to read this letter, because I'm still waiting for the response of the DOMCOP. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Excuse me. Honorable Msimang, do you want to make a short remark or question?
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, I think we've come to know MEC. We've come to know MEC Maile. Every time he's nervous about answering something. He obfuscate, he would say everything except answering the question. There are very 5 specific questions that have been asked here. You could have used the opportunity to set the record straight in responding, but you have not done that. You failed to do that because that's what you do whenever you are nervous or not sure of the answers that you're about to give. And we've come to know you for that. And this is why you even went as far as your own members, by the way. It's because when you are nervous, you lose your sense of control. You don't control yourself. Now you're calling people DOMCOP, and I don't know if that is to be allowed. And let me say this, and it's important to say this. If that person was to say that to you, you would have been shouting racism right now. Where now? You would have been shouting racism right now. But because it's now turned around, you want to then come and do what you're doing. So I'm saying to you, Madam Speaker, I'm saying to you, Madam Speaker, we should not have double standards here. But anyway, you're exposing yourself more and more, that whenever you don't have any response or you are nervous, this is the kind of response that you're giving. I'm waiting for the comprehensive response that he says that he has, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. MEC, do you want to respond?
Thank you very much. I'm not sure if I'm nervous because, or whether I ever get nervous. What I know is that I just don't like people who don't use their brains to think, like this DOMCOP of Johannesburg. What I'm saying, Chair, and I have said it here, I've even given you examples. There's a budget, and you must tell me which part of the question I have not answered. There is a budget. The letter that has been written to me is asking me to investigate that the municipality has not passed a budget. There is a budget in the municipality as we speak. That budget was amended on Friday last week. So what do I investigate? That there's no budget when there is the budget. I'm saying to you, the letter says I must investigate the COVID-19 related procurement. I'm saying to you, the public protector has started that process, is investigating. So why must I replicate the process that the public protector? And I have gone in detail responding to that. If you want me to read the letter, I can do it for you with pleasure. So, but that's what I'm doing, I'm responding now. So unless you want me to give you an answer that you like, I won't give you the answer that you like, because your chief whip in Johannesburg is stupid, and it has nothing to do with her race. And that's the point I'm raising. It has to do with how she conducts herself. Every time she wants me, when it's convenient, to intervene in Johannesburg. When we did it in Tshwane, in Johannesburg, it was interference. Member Muriati even went on TV. He wanted to cry, attacking me personally, because he was irritated by the intervention. And that intervention was justified. But now, when the DOMCOP is not happy with things, I mean, you'll hear even with the next question, which you have been given by the DOMCOP, because the DOMCOP has written me a letter about the same questions that you have been given. But let's leave the next set of questions, and I will demonstrate that the DOMCOP is really dumb. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mazwi, please read the 18th question to Ms. Silisofi. Honorable Mazwi, is he in the house? Or is not? Okay. Honorable Mazwi. Can you unmute or appear, please? Okay, let's move on to Honorable Badenost. We'll come back to Honorable Mazwi. But in the meantime, maybe somebody must nudge him to be ready to ask. Honorable Badenost, are you ready? Please read your question.
Yes. Thank you, Speaker. With regards to the Easter Secondary School, which was built in the late 1960s and is still, it's not still the only, there's now 2 high schools in Easters. It was by then the only high school in Easters. Now, it is hurting to see that the specific school, where some of us schooled, is in a bad condition, that it's in this bad condition that it is currently in. With this in mind, MEC, can you please respond to the following questions? Is the MEC and the department aware that this particular school is falling apart? In your response, please pay particular attention to the ablution facilities in the school. Number 2, when last did the MEC and the department visit the school as an oversight? In your response, please indicate why the school is in such dire state, and if such oversight has ever happened. Number 3, were the schools in Easters among the ones that were sanitized? Were the 431 million? In your response, please provide a copy of all the schools that were sanitized with this amount of money. If your answer is yes to number 3 above, how much in rent and cents was spent on each school in Easters? Thank you.
Honorable Pani.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Badenhost, for your question. Indeed, Estera Secondary School is part of our plans for an upgrade. The project is intended to address the overall challenges of the school. And as I'm speaking to you now, the project is in initiation stage, which is stage 1, which will allow us to attend to all the challenges that we have. And thank you so much for bringing this matter to our attention. With regard to the ablution blocks at the school, this particular school benefited out of the upgrade that the department instituted in all our township schools to ensure that the ablution system are in good state. Unfortunately, after we've made them to be in good state, they were once again vandalized or misused, hence the current state. But there is a project team that is dealing and attending to this matter. Hopefully, it will be sorted out as well. In terms of question 2 about visits to schools, the department visits every single school in the province to provide support, monitoring and guidance through district officials. The quarterly visits are targeted, amongst other things, basic functionality of the school, leadership at the school, management and communication at the school, governance and relationship, quality of teaching and learning, curriculum provisioning and resourcing, learner achievement, school safety, security and discipline, school infrastructure, parents and community involvement. These quarterly visits are reported in the departmental quarterly and annual reports, which are submitted to this legislature. And if you went through that, you will have seen that how many times you visited the school. It must be noted that the school is empowered to respond to the day-to-day maintenance challenges through the provisions that we provide in terms of resources, so that they don't have to wait for the provincial government to come and resolve some of the minor challenges in the school. In this regard, the department has sent out an inspector to assess the pollution and will prepare a works order towards the repairs to be done while the replacement project's planning process is underway. In terms of question 3, we've indicated that we've appointed the SIU to investigate this matter, and I'll plead with you to wait for the outcome of this report so that we can indicate how much was used and for which school. In terms of question 4, it falls off on the basis of the answers to question 3. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
MEC, I'm telling you now today that that school was never ever sanitized or deep cleaned. And secondly, that school is very dirty. I don't think you, as the MEC, would have allowed your children to school at that school. That place is dirty. Not even, I can't even call it a pigsty. I can't believe how can the district make children to go to such a school, go and attend at such a school for their education, when the place is like falling apart, it's dirty. That you know what? I don't know what to say to you, but please do me a favor. Go to that school and go and look at it. There's no cleaners there. There's nothing happening at that school. I was there last week, MEC, because I heard about there's nothing happening. Even this phase that you say there's a number 1 phase going on there. There's nothing happening there. Nothing. Please, MEC, send your people to go and do oversight so that they can give you a correct report. They mustn't come and lie and tell you that they've been there. Even all the schools in Easters, those schools were not sanitized. It were not sanitized. And they are lying if they say they've sanitized those schools. There's nothing happening there. Thank you, Speaker. I want to shut up.
Thank you. Honorable MEC, please respond.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Badenhorst. I think, Member Badenhorst, we should ask this question first. Who made the school dirty? Because if we can't respond to that question, every time we make the school clean, it will be dirty again. And we need to be clear to people that are vandalizing our schools that we can only repair the school once or twice. We can't repair the school every time. We need to put proper systems. And proper system starts with the people that governs the school, which are the SGBs. I can tell you, averagely, each school in this province, averagely, and thanks to the leadership of this government, averagely, each school in the township gets 3 million rand every year, annually. Averagely, to repair, to clean, and ensure they pay for services from municipalities. So if that school is getting that amount of money, and the school is still dirty, as you say, who should be blamed? Who should be blamed? And I'm giving you this task now, Member Badenhorst, because you are saying that to me. I'll take the part that you want me to do. But let me give you a part. The term of that SGB in that school has come to an end yesterday. Between this week and the 3rd of April, we must choose new SGBs that will be accountable, transparent, and fix schools. I'm giving you that task. Go and look for parents who can run that school and make that school clean, and elect them to lead that school. If you do that, me and you will be on the same page. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Is order. Is Honorable Mazui available? Is Honorable Mazui available now? Is there somebody who's speaking to Honorable Mazui as well?
Yes, I'm available.
Aye, man.
Deputy Speaker.
Member Mukwebo, can I hijack you to do that? Ne? But we'll continue. We'll continue with the speaking list. Honorable Tong, the next question, please. Please read it out.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As the EFF, we continuously called for land expropriation without compensation for equal distribution and use. This is because of the resolution of the land question in South Africa is the most important resolution needed for the emancipation of all South Africans and the ushering in the economic freedom in our lifetime. It is only through the full implementation of expression of the first cardinal pillar of the EFF that we can truly address inherited historical injustices, especially those resulting from land dispossession of the black majority. We have recently been made aware of deliberate, inhuman, and oppressive forced removals of black people currently being undertaken in Mildersdrift and around Wensand and Stone Quarry properties. Within this in mind, will the MEC respond the following? Is the MEC aware of forced removal beings undertaken against black residents in former employees and former employees at plot 189 by arrogant land thief? What does the MEC intend to do to prevent residents from plot 189 from being forcefully removed and dumped onto a piece of land on a plot 181, which is mining area that cannot accommodate or be useful to them? 3, considering that there are graves are located on the Wainsand and Stone Quarry, what remedial action that will be taken by the department to preserve those graves to allow families of the buried to access them? Why should the black residents of plot 189 leave the permanent structures homes to occupy containers that they will only have access for only 6 months whilst they are paying? And 5, what protection does the department intend to provide these residents from being forcibly removed in their land? Thank you.
Honorable MC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. The question is directed to the MEC, but it's actually a question to the municipality, like many other questions. So I'm giving you the answer of the municipality. The first question you are asking if I was aware, not until the municipality brought it to our attention. So the municipality, which is Mohali City, has been aware of the intention of the landowner to relocate the residents, which is about 55 families, from plot 289 Ritfale to plot 181 Ritfale. That was donated to the municipality by somebody here called Duem Aggregates. On question 2, the municipality says that a site inspection was undertaken by the officials of Mohali City together with the ward councillor, followed with engagements with all affected households. The affected families will be relocated from the dilapidated compound structure onto a standalone site, giving them more privacy and space. On question 3, the ward councillor had facilitated a discussion between this family, Wayne Quarry Properties Management, and the affected families on the preservation and assets to the graves. The matter has been resolved, and the affected families will have access to their loved ones' graves. As such, the graves will be preserved. On question 4, Wayne Quarry initially proposed shelter for 6 months to the affected households, but the municipality did not accept it. However, after their discussion with the Department of Human Settlement, upgrading of informal settlements unit, who agreed to include these households within its current funded business plan to upgrade the sites, meaning that the provincial government will make money available to upgrade the sites, and that money will be given to the municipality to do it on our behalf. On the last question, as far as the municipality is concerned, there is no planned forced removal of anyone. A 2-hectare parcel of land was donated by Wayne Quarry to relocate and resettle the households of plot 189 Ritfale. That parcel of land has been submitted to the Department of Human Settlement, and we will make a determination if it's suitable for our people and if it's part of the urban edge and if it's habitable. There is a criteria to make a determination. So in short, Honorable Member Dong, we will never, as the provincial government, be party to any process of resettling our people to any area that is not habitable. If anything, as a result of illegal land invasion, our people find ourselves in a lot of uninhabitable areas, and we still make an effort as the provincial government, because we are a caring government. We are about our people. We are about blacks in general and Africans in particular. Thank you very much. And we are also for non-racialism. Ne?
Honorable Tong. Honorable Tong, do you have
Thank you,
a
Deputy
supplementary
Speaker.
question or a short remark?
Can the MEC please provide the answer in a written form, please?
MEC? Thank you. Honorable Mazwi, you're still not present. You must appear here. Okay, we're passing, we're moving right along. Honorable Msimang?
No, I'm here.
Ukona? Ukona? Oh, Ukona. Oh, Teta Mfoka Mazwi. Please ask the question to the MEC for Education.
Yeah, I'm sorry for that. I was having a challenge of the network.
Okay, okay,
But
accepted.
lucky I'm just, yeah. Yes, can the MEC respond to the following question regarding the matter of Ms. Fikile Ntuli versus the Department of Education? What condition has your department set up with regard to the reappointment of educators and support staff across the province? Number 2, what process and procedures has the department set up to resolve the dispute that have not been resolved by the that has been resolved by the department? How many disputes has the department had with educators and support staff between January 2016 and January 2021? In your response, MEC, provide details of the number of disputes that have not been resolved and why. The 4th question, how much have disputes cost the department between January 2016 to January 2021? In your response, MEC, provide the exact amount in rands and cents. My last question, when will the department implement the settlement agreement entered into by Ms. Ntuli and the department? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Honorable MC.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you so much, Member Mazu. In terms of question 1, there are no legislative provisions for the reappointment of educators or support staff who are appointed in terms of the ministerial determinations after their dismissal. Employees who were appointed in terms of Public Service Act and who were dismissed may be reappointed subject to Section 61 of the Public Service Regulation. And each application is evaluated on its own merit. In terms of question 2, once a dispute or a matter is referred to the ELRC, the Labour Relations Act allows the party that is not satisfied with the outcome to approach the Labour Court. In terms of question 3, the table below, it's a long table, Member Mazu. I've submitted in writing to the table. They will pass the information available to you. But I can summarize it as follows. From 2016-2017, we had 93 disputes. Of the 93, 50 were finalized, and we made settlement of around 51,000 rand. In 2017 to 2018, we had 130 disputes, and 95 were finalized, and we made a settlement of 346,000. In 2020 to 2021, we had 236 disputes, and 35 were finalized because we are still in the year 2021. And this we settled at the cost of 374. As I said, it's a long list. I've sent it to the table. You can deal with it. In terms of question 4, I've just responded to it. In terms of question 5, the department is not aware of any settlement agreement that has been entered into with Ms. Figile Nduli. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Mazu, do you have a short remark or a question?
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. What I want to know from the MEC, what is the role of his department and the unions?
MEC?
The relationship between the department and the unions to ensure that there's labor peace in the department. And at any time when there is an issue, they can raise issues with us and we can respond to them. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Simang, please read the next question to the MEC.
Utsi. That's fine. To Honorable Leboga Maile, with regards to the boards of directors for the municipal-owned entities in the city of Johannesburg, could the MEC please explain why? One, why were the process contained in Section 93E of the Municipal Systems Act of 2000, as amended in 2003, not followed in the appointment of the boards of directors for municipal-owned entities in the city of Johannesburg? Two, why were the list of prospective candidates not brought before a council sitting to either ratify or vote against such prospective candidates? Three, are the boards illegally appointed by the Johannesburg Mayor Geoff Makubo still in operations? And four, if yes, why? And five, has any action been taken against Mayor Makubo for this illegal appointments? Thank you very much.
MEC Maile.
Yeah, well, Premier, this question actually proves that this person who has given them this question is a dumb cop, because she wrote me a letter, and when I was on the verge of responding to her letter, I then received questions from the legislature. So I had to choose whether to respond to her letter or to the legislature. So the legislature is more important than her. So I had to respond. I'm responding now. But the letter and the questions, which are the same, actually proves that the Domkop is very inconsistent. She's a hypocrite. She's disruptive. She's a petty gossiper who believes her own propaganda, like her own party. Because, and I'll demonstrate why I'm saying that. So in the first question, the response that the appointments of boards in municipalities is regulated by both Local Government Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000 and the Companies Act 71 of 2008. So I'm choosing to read the response now and not summarize, because if I do that, the Honorable Michael Jackson will assume that I'm nervous and I don't want to answer. So the process as outlined in section 93 was followed fully, except insofar as for the municipal council making the appointment or nomination from the list of applications received. On question 2, the delegation framework approved by council on 5 May 2013, in particular Schedule B, which states as follows, and before I state what it says, is the same framework, Michael Jackson, Honorable Michael Jackson, that the other clown who left your party because of your inconsistency and hypocrisy, that other clown used the same schedule. The clown called Herman Mashaba used the same Ampur city manager. If you succeeded, you would have used the same framework that was approved in 2013. So there is nothing new. The current mayoral committee, as led by Mayor Jeff Makubo, has not introduced anything new. It has been doing what has been done since 2013, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The DA-led administration continued, and if they felt that there was something wrong with this, they should have changed it. They did not. In Tshwane, where Mayor Msimang was a mayor, he knows that council never approved. In the Western Cape, in Cape Town, as we speak, it's the same thing. So this shows this hypocrisy. It shows this propaganda I'm talking about, the self-created propaganda, and then the Domkop believes in it like the party does. So this question is very frivolous. And what that Schedule B states is that 93A to L, to exercise, I mean, that is, I think, a number there, 93A to L. It's a rule. To exercise any shareholders' statutory, contractual, or other rights and powers in respect of municipal entities delegates the power to the executive mayor to finalize the appointment or nomination from the list of applications received. So the Council of Johannesburg, and as you know, but the Domkop will not know this, the fact that there is a subsequent council elected in 2016, it does not mean they are not bound, because they are successors in law. But the Domkop will not know. Domkop, why Michael Jackson? On question 3, the boards that were appointed on
Madam
10
Speaker, does this
and 11
Domkop have a proper name?
Shut up, don't
The
disrupt me.
MEC's conduct is
Don't
out of
disrupt me.
line. We look
I'm
like
talking here,
fools in the public's
disrupting me.
eye.
What is your problem? You think I'm here to play, ne?
Speaker, please take action.
You think I'm here to play? You are quoting Michael Jackson the other day here when we're discussing
MEC, you
serious
are
matters.
becoming the MEC of
You are drunk.
Domkop
Where
now.
are you?
Please.
Drunk.
Honorable Speaker.
You are in a bar, you're busy drinking
Speaker,
alcohol.
please take
You are
action.
disturbing us.
Honorable
Mute this
Speaker.
thing, Honorable Speaker. Yes, yes.
Honorable
The
Maide.
votes that were approved on 10 and 11 February 2021 were
Honorable
not
Speaker.
legally appointed, and they are still in operation. I didn't hear that because I answer more. We repeat our gifts. On number 4, the boards were appointed in accordance with the City of Johannesburg Group Policy on Governance of the Group Advisory Committee. So if the Domkop has any level of comprehension, she will understand that if you want to change
Speaker,
the policies
please,
or
can
the
you
rules
take
of the
action?
municipality,
This conduct
you
is not
must
becoming for
table that before the
legislative
municipality. You are not
personnel.
allowed to speak. Shut up. Municipal entities board
Excuse me?
of direct. Yeah, she's not.
Speaker, can you please take action?
Honorable,
Point of order.
honorable members.
This is
Order.
unparliamentary.
Order.
This is truly unparliamentary. You can't say to somebody must shut up. That's unparliamentary.
Order, honorable members.
The MEC must conduct itself in a proper manner.
I can take you alone. Our caucus does not have to.
No, you
How?
must sit
Come
down.
on. Don't have capacity.
You must sit down, my dear.
Honorable
sit
members. Honorable members.
Don't have capacity.
Speaker,
Honorable
please take
members.
action.
Honorable members. You, honorable members. Order, order. heckling each other and howling and all those things might be provided for. But can I speak, Honorable Nteke? Can I speak? Can I speak if you don't mind? It can't be when you give it and then when you receive it, then it becomes painful. You want to take order. As you heckle each other, and you don't allow that I call order when it's not convenient. I kept on saying order, so it's not receivable to others. So now you think the speaker must enter. Yet you don't respect my authority seated here. When you get it, as you unleash it. Thank you very much. Can you proceed, Honorable Mail? I'm the one who's going to be calling order and saying people must shut up when MEC Maile.
Yeah, I won't say people must shut up if they've been recognized by the speaker, because it's unparliamentary. But if they are not recognized and speak like Daine Shibin, we'll attend them as such. So the group policy on the governance of the group advisory committees, municipal entities, boards of directors and independent audit committees 2020, the delegation framework of the City of Johannesburg, the memorandum of incorporations of the municipal entities and all applicable legislative prescripts. In light of the aforesaid delegations of powers, the appointment of board members were legally compliant and were approved at the mayoral committee held on 10th February 2021. This is the process that is and has always been followed by the City of Johannesburg since the establishment of municipal-owned entities. But the DOMCOP is bored and is wasting my time, hence this question. The last answer
Madam
to the
Speaker,
next
please,
question.
this is not
No
good
action,
conduct in the House.
No action has been taken against
What is the
Mayor
DOMCOP's
Makubo.
name?
Shut up.
What is the DOMCOP's name?
No
Please
action.
give us a name.
No, but I've been interrupted.
MEC.
This person has not been given the floor.
MEC, focus. Focus.
No action has been taken against Mayor Makubo. As City has advised.
I did request that while heckling and everything else is allowed, ne? But when you are interrupted and it's given to you, you must then not say to me, you've got a right to do it. I call order. When you want to heckle, you do. And when I call order, you say, no, I must call order. Okay.
No. This man just insulted me. I kept quiet. He just insulted me. I kept quiet.
Order, honorable members.
Sexually harassing the fellow member. You are a sexual. You are a predator. So So. Now I'm talking about but anyway, Madam Deputy Speaker.
So are you fine now? Are you okay, all of you? So when you heckle each other, when you are done, you will then tell me, because when it's convenient, Madam Speaker, enter. When it's not convenient, heckling is allowed. You can't have it both, colleagues. Members, you can't have it both. Can you finish as well?
I'm finishing.
These personal attacks as well are not helping us.
The last answer to the last question, no action has been taken against Mayor Makubo, as the city has advised that all processes were followed in the appointment of municipally owned entity boards and that they were compliant with all legal prescripts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Whew. Secretary, can we move to the next order? Oh, sorry, did I give you an opportunity? I did not, sorry. Now you were hectic, that's why I forgot. Honorable member, can you give a supplementary remark? A short remark.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Section 93, Section 93 of the Municipal Systems Act is very clear in terms of what needs to be done. And it's actually going against what MEC Maile is saying. I want him to stand now and tell me that what he said is in line with Section 93. No, he's the MEC. He should have it, he should know it. I'm saying what he's saying now, I'm challenging him and saying what you've just said is contradicting what Section 93 say. Stand up and tell us that I'm wrong.
Missy?
Thank you very much. Michael Jackson was not listening because in the answer I gave, I started by explaining that the appointment of boards in municipalities is regulated by two pieces of legislation, the Systems Act and the Companies Act. And I went further to explain, and despite the fact that he was a useless mayor, did not do anything in Tshwane, he will know, or he should know, how municipalities operate. The first thing is that the legislative and executive authority of a municipality rests with council. However, council can delegate their powers to the mayor and the mayoral committee. And I've explained in this answer that I've given that the municipality, the council in 2013 delegated its function. So I don't know which part of that he doesn't understand. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving along. In terms of Rule 1375, if a question for written reply is not replied to within stipulated time framework and no extension is requested by a member of the Executive Council during the next question day, the relevant member of the Executive Council must provide an oral explanation in the House for his or her failure to reply to the questions and still hand over the written reply to the table. Honorable MEC Tau, please reply to question 5.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. I think it's important to indicate that, in fact, for reasons administrative beyond my individual control at this stage, these questions fell between the cracks. And we are currently investigating why, in fact, they were not processed both by the department and the office. I therefore request, Honorable Speaker, to provide written replies to these questions. Otherwise, the replies that I would be given would not have been properly processed. Thanks, Madam.
MEC Tau, please provide a written reply in light of the fact that you were not able to respond timelessly. Please send us a written reply to the pending question.
Will do.
Secretary, please read the first order.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The order of the day is motion on vote of no confidence in the Premier in terms of Rule 121, Sub-Rule 1A, read with Rule 117, Sub-Rule 2. Thank you.
Honorable Honorable Msimang seems not to be feeling well. Is not Honorable Msimang? Thought he can't raise the question. He's not feeling well.
Feel well, Madam Speaker. Not today. Madam Speaker, stop calling me, man. Madam Speaker, please, can you tell the members to stop calling me now?
You're not feeling well, Honorable Msimang?
No, Madam Speaker. They're busy calling me here. Let me rather stick to the pad. No, I'm trying to. I don't have it here. I have it on my...
Members, we can always postpone the motion for next.
No. Madam Speaker, let me just put my phone on fly mode so that I can get to the actual motion.
Time up, time up.
Okay, all right, there we are.
Time up, Madam Speaker, time up.
Well, Madam Speaker, in accordance with Rule 117F and Rule 121, sorry, Madam Speaker, with accordance to Rule 121(1)(a), read with Rule 1172, noting that Premier Makura has been implicated in the Gauteng Department of Health PPE scandal by the former Gauteng Health Department Chief Financial Officer Kabelo Luhlwenya, who stated in an affidavit to the Special Tribunal that Premier Makura's office gave her the names of the companies to appoint to supply and deliver the PPEs in the province. Given that 2.2 billion rand was spent by the Department of Health on suspicious PPE suppliers in space of just 3 months last year, the department paid inflated prices above the National Treasury's regulatory PPE price list. 3, the Anglo Gold Ashanti Hospital on the Far West Rand received 500 million rand worth of funding in order to equip it with extra beds and facilities to treat COVID-19 patients. These wards are still incomplete and under construction. The incomplete areas have no equipment, and there is also no indication that this hospital will be ready for use anytime soon. Lastly, there's a belief that in Gauteng, the Department of Education has spent more than 431 million rand on sanitizing schools in the 3 months between June and August last year. Believing the above, under Premier Makura, the public purse will continue to be abused by those who seek to enrich themselves. That the Premier is incapable of safeguarding the funds that are needed to ensure that our response to the COVID-19 pandemic will be successful. That should Premier Makura remain in the office, more public funds will be abused through the corrupt activities. Therefore, we move that this House vote in terms of Section 1172 of the Standing Rules, that this House has lost confidence in Premier Makura. Proposed by myself, Solim Simanga, seconded by Honorable Mike Moriarty, MPR. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Msimang. Honorable Mukwebo. He's not in the House. He's not in, that's why.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to take this opportunity to thank the incoming Acting Premier Ntombi Lintemekwe and acknowledge her for having been courageous enough to take a decision of allowing the secret ballot to take place today. Many in the ANC, including its officials, have advised her not to engage in issues of secret ballot, but she still went against the wishes of the ANC, and we salute her for that. We are not here to remove a democratically elected government of the ANC, which was voted for by our people during the 2019 Gauteng provincial election. Whether we like it or not, we must at all times respect the wishes of people, and this is why we are here, to make it very clear that ours today is against the ANC, is not against the ANC, but against the Premier. We are here to remove the Premier because he is the most useless Premier this province has ever had since 2014. Premier, you are incompetent and most unreliable human being. Premier, we have lost confidence in the Gauteng provincial legislature. He should be removed from his office. The Premier is ultimately responsible for the success and failures of his government. As the EFF, we have long called for the Premier to resign and still believe he should actually be in jail taking legal accountability for the blood of innocent and vulnerable people that is on his hands. Instead, we are sitting here debating this DA motion. It seems many have forgotten that it was the EFF that first raised a motion of no confidence against the Premier in 2017, when the Life as Demand tragedy first unfolded, resulting in the avoidable death of 144 life as demand patients, whom he has failed to take ethical and moral accountability for. The life as demand tragedy proves to us that if the lives of our people, especially the vulnerable, were cheap under the apartheid regime and the same under the ANC regime, the ANC government under the leadership of Makura was responsible for the death of the country's citizens. It is baffling to see how government killings citizens in South Africa has become a norm. What does it mean when an executive authority of the province is ignorant to such gross negligence that is happening right under his nose? As the EFF, we strongly believe that Makura has failed in his duties to exercise executive authority and oversight. We are not, however, shocked that the vote against the motion by the ANC is another blatant display and shows that the organization has no moral compass and in shielding Makura has endorsed this part in its needless waste of human life, state resources and development of this province entirely. Let me remind you all that this is the same Premier whom on the 14th of May 2018 promised the affected families of life as demand that the heads will roll because of tragedy that befell them. Yet if heads must have rolled, it must have started with him taking responsibility and stepping down. Instead, he failed to intervene even after problems in provincial hospitals became known, and rather than waited for the Ombudsman report and the MEC voluntary resignation. This is a blatant display of cowardice leadership, a leadership with no direction that has an undoubtedly inability to perform the functions of his office. Indeed, your track record speaks volumes on the failures of his administration since 2014, failures that the ANC continues to protect and upload at the detriment of lives and development of our province. For how long will the ANC protect Makura for accountability? This is the same Makura who failed adequately prepare and equip healthcare facilities to deal with COVID-19 pandemic. By July last year, at the peak of the first wave, there was only one field hospital partially operating in this province. The Nazareth Field Hospital had opened without pipe oxygen and proper equipment for 500 beds, with further 800 planned beds still needed to be completed. At the same time, another 4 sites have been identified for field hospital, but were nowhere near ready to receive patients. This all happened despite several proposals from the private sector to build field hospitals, but were summarily ignored by the provincial government under Makura's watch. Many people again died because of this, the mistakes and mismanagement that happened with life estimate. There is no accountability for the wastage of money, and in some cases, corruption, even doesn't involve Mr. Makura personally. He is responsible for the government that wastes. We are of the view that Gauteng provincial government, irrespective of what special tribunal have ruled, is at this point held accountable of 2.2 billion worth of misspending on various aspects of PPEs, including 431 million for sanitization of schools which did not require it. At the center of this, the common denominator in its efficiencies of this province is one man, that is the Premier. We cannot continue to applaud a fish for swimming. So what if he brought the application before the special tribunal to correct a written judgment? That does not change the fact that Gauteng is run like a banana republic. Since he took the office, he has been the same lumpen that spent 1 billion on renting offices space in 2015 to 2016 financial year instead of getting his own offices. He's the same incompetent leader who did nothing after his Human Settlement Department promised to build 600 houses, yet only have built not more than 100,000. Under Makura, the Gauteng broadband project is 1 billion scam. His Department of Health is worst disaster in history. Under Makura, we have seen there is no municipality in Imfuleni. It has completely collapsed. Imfuleni cannot give service to our people. There is no water. There is blockage of sewer services. In your SOPA speech, you failed to tell that your ANC-led municipality is under administration under Section 139B since 2017. Moreover, you presided even now after the dissolution of City of Tshwane of Tshwane Council that was overturned by Pretoria High Court in April last year. Even the SIU is investigating many of your departments for corruption and mismanagement of funds. But we know that because you facilitate and protect corruption, nothing will come of this investigation. As the EFF, we opened cases, but we did not get calls, updates, or any information. Yet you were busy praising your friend, Lieutenant Mawela, in your State of Province address, whose guys are unable to investigate the cases which we have opened as the EFF in this province. The time is now for members of provincial legislature across party lines to come together and act in the best interest for the people of this province. Makura has shown no remorse for his administration, failures and scandals, and proven beyond doubt that is no longer fit to govern. We support this motion. Makura must go. Makura must go.
We support white people.
Honorable.
We support white people.
Order. Chief Whip. Chief Whip. Thank you. Honorable Chief Whip Mzik Kumalo.
Madam Speaker and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, Honorable members of the Provincial Legislature, comrades, the people of Gauteng. Open quotes, I have on receipt of the Premier's application realized that the omission of the word office of before the Premier and the MEC in the judgment text is capable of being construed to mean that the tribunal has found or decided that it was the Premier personally or the MEC personally who supplied the names. There is no such a decision or finding made on the allegations. Close quotes. These are the words uttered by Honorable Judge Selewe Peter Motle after accepting the prayer by the Honorable Premier to have his initial judgment rectified. Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, we want to believe that this motion before us today was based on the initial judgment which wrongly pointed the finger to the person of the Premier. The big question is, after the learned judge has rectified his judgment, why are we still here? In all honesty, Madam Speaker, the opposition should have withdrawn this motion. There is no need for this debate. There is no need for this debate because honourable members who are in Gauteng, the economic hub of not only the country but of the continent Africa. Gauteng by its nature demands a leadership of high caliber, thoughtful and revolutionary in stature. It requires men and women who understand the importance of political stability in the economy such as ours. More importantly, it requires a leadership that has the ability to prioritize and that which is driven by the needs of our people. Madam Speaker, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is illogical that in the midst of this deadly pandemic, we are subjected to the motion rather than focusing on how together we can defeat this enemy, number one, of the people of the province. To this end, honourable members and people of the province, let's all agree that the opposition, as led by the DA, has failed this leadership test. Their action is frivolous, and it is an indication of the disdain the opposition party is having in serving our people, especially Africans in particular and blacks in general. We must affirm that under the leadership of the Premier Makura, all the required PPE to help our frontline workers to discharge their work without necessarily putting themselves at a risk had been procured. As matter stands, Madam Speaker, the provincial government has PPE stock worth 840 million, which is sufficient to last for the next 2 months. Honourable members, the importance of having adequate beds during the pandemic cannot be overemphasized. Before the pandemic, we had about 322 beds and currently 3,022 beds, and currently Gauteng has a bed capacity of 4,265 beds. The hospital in West Rand is 98 complete. Not only was it refurbished for COVID-19, but it will contribute towards extending health services to the poor of the poorest in that region. Telling lies to claim undue victories on the sweat of the hard-working ANC-led government is deplorable. Madam Speaker, the low infection rate and high rate of recovery experienced in this province show how, as Gauteng, through the Command Council led by the Honourable Premier, have ensured that lives of our people are spared. If caring and saving life is a crime, then, Comrade Premier, you are guilty as charged, and therefore we are dutiful to confess to such crime. It is now a known matter of how you, Comrade Premier, acted after noting serious suspicious transactions on the procurement of PPEs. We have seen 3 senior officials charged with COVID procurement irregularities. We have seen the ISIU acting against companies which have been found flouting the law. Madam Speaker, the Premier has overseen the establishment of Integrity Management and Anti-Corruption Unit, which to date, 96% of cases investigated has been finalized. Furthermore, we have seen the procurement of 32.2% women-led business, which supplied the required PPE. It is not surprising that we had 88.87% black-owned enterprises which supplied the quality PPE, and it was deliberate that we had 3.48% companies led by young people supplying the province with the PPE. Comrade Premier, your sin in the eyes of the DA is to do that which they could not do in the Western Cape. The DA in Gauteng wanted you, Comrade Premier, to contract companies, as was the case with the Office of the Premier in Western Cape, when in July 2020 gave 597 million worth of procurement to exclusively white companies. Your sin, Premier, was to stand firm in implementing our resolution to empower black township business. It stands to reason, therefore, that the motion as presented by the DA must fail, and a motion of confidence to the Premier and his executive must succeed. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Excuse me. Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip Kumalo. Honorable Alberts.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We view this motion of no confidence, while presented as one in the Premier, actually as a motion of no confidence in the whole ANC itself. The true source of the mistakes, mismanagement, corrupt activities and other crimes, poor policies, continuing lack of social cohesion, material and spiritual poverty, including poverty of ideas, springs from the well of the ANC. The evidence for this is manifestly evident. But just in case the ANC has forgotten, let's recount some of the sins that hangs like a heavy cloud over the people of Gauteng. We bring into remembrance the Life Esidimeni scandal, the continuing e-toll saga, the Hoërskool overfall violence, the increasing poverty trap due to poor policy choices, the consistently high crime rate, the lack of quality education, hospitals in decay, local governments under the ANC imploding, environmental destruction in the Vaal River and across the province, COVID-19 corruption and fraud, COVID-19 food parcel centralization, and so on ad infinitum. As we have stated in our SOPA reply, this represents madness, and the only way out of the hole is to actually stop digging. What makes all of this quite incredible is that the ANC, despite sage advice, simply continues further down the rabbit hole of madness, as evidenced by a continuing stream of mismanagement and corruption. Promises are made of turnaround plans, but nothing really changes. In fact, it seems to get worse as the process of destruction increases, sometimes exponentially. It is clear that in the ANC, this country and this province is dealing with a systemic problem that must be removed. The ANC in Gauteng has forgotten that it barely won the province in 2019 in its acting as usual.
Honorable Don.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, thank you. Madam Speaker, the ANC from its inception was founded on integrity, ethical and sound moral conduct, and thus has fought against the system that normalized criminality and racial segregation. It is the ANC governing party that enacted normality into law, making a quantum leap from a legacy and culture of impunity, a legacy and culture of apartheid, where neither responsibility nor accountability to society took place. To this day, the governing party continues to reap substantial liberation dividend owing to its role in the struggle against colonial and apartheid systems and to the fight for the national democratic society. Corruption is a monster and the greatest enemy which must be obliterated by all of us. It is therefore important that we remind ourselves that it is the ANC, when it ascended to government in 1994, that enacted into law the Protection of Organized Crime Act, the Financial Intelligence Crime Act, the Prevention and Combating of Corrupt Activities Act. The aforementioned acts are amongst a myriad of acts that the governing party has passed into law to prevent, detect, and combat corruption in the public service and society in general. None can contest that it is this very organization and government that has acted as and when corruption rears its head, even against the organization's own members. In line with the commitment long taken and articulated by the Premier at the first State of the Province address of this sixth administration, that the Gauteng government remains committed to integrity and ethics in the Gauteng City region, Premier Makura has instituted lifestyle audits on all executive members and is further compiling an ethics report on the state of ethics in the provincial government. To this end, the Premier has indicated that he will be meeting with all MECs and respective HODs as part of the work to get the true sense and updates of what the departments are doing in dealing and uprooting corruption. He has also not only stopped today, but has further instructed that all senior managers and officials within finance be vetted, ensuring that all political heads, administrators, and officials are of sound moral and ethical conduct. To date, the ANC government under the ANC has conducted 73 forensic investigations and referred 66 cases to law enforcement. The Gauteng province is committed to enhancing ethics, integrity, and accountability, not through speeches, but acting decisively through corruption. Madam Speaker, we must deal decisively with corruption, the real and not the perceived. It is in a time where social media likes and fake news is prominent, we must be careful of those who fabricate corruption narratives as a way to smear and slander individuals or the organization purely because they don't like it. Indeed, various individuals in this House have been victim to this, amongst them our very own Premier. As doomslayers target the head in order to cripple and cast doubt on the ANC-led government, vigilance in this regard is critical. As we must, as MEC Maile correctly reminded us last week, not fall prey to the machinations of those who go ear to ear, whispering and sowing divisions. The DA is obsessed with the ANC and the narratives of possible division. Today will prove to them, yet again, that a divergence of views does not translate to division. We remain united as the ANC. The Democratic Alliance is a hub of self-contradiction, lacking in moral fiber and deeply rooted and embedded in segregation and corruption. It has no leg to question the ANC governments on ethics, integrity, and accountability, as they have failed to uphold ethical and moral standards they preach, as seen in the city of Tshwane under the not-so-honorable member, Msimang, and further in Johannesburg under the former mayor, Herman Mashaba. Contrary to the moral and ethical standards they preach today, they failed to uphold what they call a classical case of do as I say, but not as I do. Hence, bodybuilders were employed. The Glad Africa shenanigans, notwithstanding the Sex in the City episodes the society was subjected to. The DA has no leg to stand on and should indeed focus on moonwalking with the man on Mars. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, order. 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 Honorable Moriarty. Honorable Msimang, Moriarty wants to speak. Order. Honorable Moriarty.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. You know, when I was young, there was a song by Roberta Flack that contained the lines, I heard he sang a good song, I heard he had a style. When Honourable Makura became Premier in 2014, he sang a good song, and indeed he had a style. In each of the subsequent years, 2015, 2016, 2017, and so on, People applauded the Premier because he sang a good song and he had a style. But over time, people discovered the song keeps sounding the same. The same challenges have remained. For example, e-tolls and corruption. And thus the same promises get made year after year after year. Honourable Premier, do you not get at least a twinge of guilt when you say the same thing from one SOPA to the next? Mr. Premier, we can't keep supporting you simply because you sing a good song and have a good style. We can't get excited about hearing the same old, same old. You know, Mr. Premier, surely you understand that you get measured by outcomes, not your effort. Mr. Premier, you can say, I run a good office, but that's not what you're measured by. You're measured by the success and failures of the various departments that are run by your cabinet, including Isaac over there. I can't make up my mind whether he's Isaac Hayes or Ike Turner. Anyway. Well, then I will keep calling you it, Isaac. In 2014, the Honourable Premier pledged that fraud and corruption are prevented and detected early in the value chain to prevent losses. Those were your words in 2014, Honourable Premier. We also heard that there would be an urgent turnaround in the Gauteng Health Department. Unfortunately, these promises have been repeated in one form or another year after year. And when the COVID-19 crisis hit, the corruption networks profited, and the Premier reluctantly fired, did he fire? Former MEC Bandile Masuka. Oh, there he is! Hello! After the fact, where was prevention early in the value chain, Mr. Premier? You made promises, not just once, but these promises have proven to be empty. And firing is one thing. What about prosecution? While health workers risk their lives with inadequate and sub-quality PPE, parasitic Gauteng employees enrich themselves. Corruption and irregularities included the 2 billion spent on urgently needed infrastructure to create new beds. Of the beds that the Premier boasted about, these were in various instances in the wrong places. Moreover, when beds were provided, there wasn't enough staff. I could go on, but I won't. Time doesn't permit. There were failures to achieve outcomes. Honourable Premier, you said it in your own words. We have lost the trust of the people. In so doing, Honourable Premier, you declared it yourself. You are not fit to govern. Honourable members, I urge you to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Moriarty. Order. Honourable Dlamini. Honourable Dlamini. Honourable Dlamini. Okay, we'll come back to you. Honourable Malobane.
No, I'm here. I'm here, Mr. Member.
Order.
I'm here,
Honourable Malobane.
Deputy Speaker, I am here. Deputy Speaker, I'm here. Deputy Speaker, I am here. You are muted. You can't.
Honourable Malobane, are you in?
It's Member Dlamini who's here.
Oh, okay. Member Dlamini, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker and honourable members. It is without a question that by being members of this House, we have a constitutional and moral duty to hold members of the executive and government officials to account. That duty of enforcing accountability remains one of the key highlights and pillars of strength of our democracy. It is that sense of duty that we are called to exercise today decisively to vote in this motion of no confidence against the Premier. The terms of this motion are not so much about the confidence in the person of the Premier than they are about the corrupt action which has taken place in his administration, specifically during this time when we were confronted with a pandemic. It is my view, our duty is to speak against the ongoing visible pandemic of corruption, which has devastating consequences for our citizens. Surely, preaching an empty anti-corruption rhetoric is simply not good enough. The damage to the state coffers, society, economy, and public trust is already eroded, and the impact is being felt. Honorable Speaker, as the Nkatha Freedom Party, we believe that this is not time to be despondent. Rather, this is a critical moment which calls on all of us to be sensible and maintain a unity of purpose in serving the people of Gauteng. We must keep in mind the constitutional and moral duty entrusted to us. We are still in the state of disaster because of the pandemic. We are to remain alert of the threat. Now more than ever, our focus should be on the fight against the invisible and the visible pandemics of COVID-19 and corruption, respectively. The latter steals resources away from improving the pace and efficiency of services delivered to our citizens. We must also stand firm against those opportunists, some of whom are determined to use this desperate moment of a public health crisis to score cheap political points without providing any real pragmatic solution. Thank you.
Honorable Nkosi Malubane.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, fellow members of the House. Let me start by saying the renowned Marxist intellectual Antonio Gramsci once wrote that the old world is dying and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time for monsters. Madam Speaker, at a time when in the world over, governments and societies are engaged in a bitter and spirited war against COVID-19 pandemic, here we are seated in this House to discuss a motion of no confidence against the Premier of our province. Today, as a province, to date, as a province, we've recorded today, as a province, congratulations, over 400,000 of virus, with over 390 recoveries, and sadly, just over 9,600 citizens of our province have lost their lives. The pandemic we are confronted with, which has not only devastated our economy, but has equally exposed the deep inequalities that characterize our society. As the African National Congress, we are a movement formed to fight against injustice, prejudice, discrimination, and inequality. Our government and its leader, Comrade David Makura, on a daily basis are engaged in the difficult task of changing the lives of our people, and to this extent, the more we see change, the more bitter monsters amongst us, which is the DA, becomes. The new order born out of struggles in 1990 is an order that has sought to close the gaps of inequality, integrate communities, to abolish racial apportionment, special planning, and to provide basic service to the people of Gauteng. It is this change that those who have brought us here today to discuss a motion of no confidence against our Premier fear most, and in desperation act in deceitful ways to frustrate change. The Democratic Alliance is making an attempt to usurp power and governance from a duly elected government and Premier in ways similar to how they dump African leaders in their own parties. They are a party allergic to democratic practice, especially where the outcome affirm Africans. Where Africans are elected through democratic means, they have an intrinsic tendency to destabilize and undermine them for the benefit of the minority and their security concerns. Madam Speaker, the motion we have been called to discuss here today is an attempt to defocus our government from important and commendable work it is doing to manage the COVID-19 pandemic. We are here because increasingly the noisemakers who possess zero ability to
to manage and resolve the complex challenges that confront our society, have realized that more and more our government is making strides to respond to the pandemic and their ills that confront us. More and more, their voices have lost relevance as the Premier, as the Premier and our government have taken center stage in difficult times in the province. And the new order is one that requires capable hands and minds to lead our people in this moment of great anxiety and distress. Our current economic, social, and health circumstances not only requires experience, but the intellectual depth and ability to analyze the new circumstances and to provide leadership and hope to the millions of our people in this province. Prima Makura has led from the front and continues to do so. We have witnessed the ease with which he and his executive have led the province during this difficult period. Our people have been energized to see and hear on a regular basis how government is coordinating and driving the responses to the immediate consequences of the pandemic and to the future effect of this new world that we are witnessing come alive. As Gramsci said, now is a time of monsters. The monsters are growing more and more frustrated with a bleak future that confronts them. A future where increasingly they lose relevance and confidence from their most valued, the backward and die-hard right-wing supporters. The political pendulum has shifted. The DA is now a party of the past. The right-wingers have abandoned it. The Africans, some of them are 1 foot in and 1 foot out, and actually caught in a state of confusion, and the liberal elements have but lost all hope, even muting a possibility of collision with the ANC. These are the characteristics of a party in internal and external crisis. A motion of no confidence against the Premier is but another attempt to disrupt progress, transfer to the tiers of the party to the government, and to prioritize minority interests above the collective aspirations of citizens of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, indeed, with COVID-19 and the responses and recovery process, a new world order is arising, but let us also know the monsters are here as well. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, therefore I say that this Premier has provided nothing but hope and good
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nkosazana. Thank you.
That the motion for no vote of confidence in the Premier be rejected, and the motion of full confidence to our Premier David Makhura be carried.
Honorable Nkosazana, your time is up. Your time is up. Thank you. Honorable Ntseke.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Angelina works as an assistant of Kempton Park Creches. She commutes to work by train. She leaves home at 4 a.m. and returns home at 8 p.m. Her children only see her over the weekend because when she leaves, they're still sleeping, and when she returns, they've already slept. This is not how a caring government cares for its people. I know that PRASA is not a provincial competency. However, Mayor Angelina is a resident of Gauteng. In Kempton Park, near where Mayor Angelina works, is the abandoned Kempton Park Hospital. Since 1996, the ANC government has failed to do something useful with this building. The ANC has become an incapable state. If they were, they would have factored in population migration dynamics. This would have alleviated the pressure on Tembisa Hospital, which has resulted in our people sleeping on the floors of the hospital. COVID has further exposed how incapable the ANC is as a government. Today we see tents erected as an extension of Tembisa Hospital. Clearly, the ANC has no intention of opening Kempton Park Hospital. And so the once glamorous State Institute has become a ghost-hunting white elephant. Mayor Angelina and many others commute daily from Tembisa to Kempton. If anyone has been on the metro rails during peak hours, then one knows that our people travel like stuffed sardines. Women carry their bags around their necks and clutch them onto their chest to avoid the watchful eye of pickpocketers. On one occasion, she told me that as they disembarked, one of her friends had semen on her back. During the trip, some men had masturbated on her. This is the indignity that women must endure daily while commuting on trains in Gauteng. Honorable Speaker, these are people's wives, moms, and daughters. While suffering this indignity, Mayor Masina has Harambe, the multi-billion rand failed bus system of Ekurhuleni with incomplete bus stops. The Honorable Maile was told the bus stops are functioning. Yesterday I was in Tembisa, and still, many years later, the stops are not working, yet contractors were paid. Whilst the trails are full, Harambe buses move almost empty out of Tembisa towards the airport, while Masina has Nkandla tea time. Who designed these bus routes? They move towards the airport. They should move from Tembisa to Kempton and vice versa. These could be easing the congestion on the trains. Why hasn't Kempton Park Hospital Precinct been converted into a multi-use facility that includes social housing? That way, people like Mayor Angelina can move closer to work and walk 20 minutes. Abandoned old age homes in Ward 9, abandoned clinics in Emangweni in Ward 8, Tembisa, abandoned chicken farm while the youth don't work, collapsing bridges in Ward 9 and 10. This government should have used state resources to preserve families and communities. The story of Mayor Angelina is not under the ANC, under the DA. It sits squarely under the ANC and Dademakura under your watch. So I will be fully supporting the motion of no confidence against you, sir. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Adams.
Thank you, Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the ACPP vehemently state my strong opposition to any form or shape of corruption. Corruption impacts the poor. It continues to perpetuate alarming levels of inequality in Gauteng, and I must say it has reached epic proportions. As the ACDP, we are saying fighting corruption will have to be a joint effort of everybody. There's a legacy of inequality from colonial past, which hasn't changed since democracy came to South Africa, and there's also an accountability deficit. Let me give some remedy of how we can deal with corruption and malfeasance. Whistleblowers are often fired or isolated, even intimidated when they speak up. Legislation regarding whistleblowing must be rigorously addressed and changed for their greater protection. We need to be concise and consistent on this issue. When reporting corruption, one should not feel threatened in any way. Honorable Speaker, corruption must never just become part of the system. Causes of corruption include weak ethics and entrenched cultures of corruption. Leaders must set good examples and condemn acts of corruption. Legal processes must also be sped up. I thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Litswalo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Premier, elected by the majority residents of Gauteng, esteemed residents. Well, Madam Speaker, in the premise, I think that the motion by Moriarty, sponsored by Member Michael Jackson, is a spurious, superfluous one, which is a waste of time. In fact, the DA should be using this time to debate more pressing issues that affects the residents of Gauteng, such as the poor and unequal service delivery in DA-led municipalities such as in Tshwane, as well as in the Midval. But of course, we fully appreciate why that is the case, because the DA and the EFF are still in the nursery school of infantile politics. The less said about the Freedom Front, the better, because they hold no political sway in the broader discourse of our politics in Gauteng. Be that as it may, Madam Speaker, the debate confirms the overwhelming confidence that the residents of Gauteng still have in the Premier and the government of the province. We here speak on behalf of the majority of the residents of our revered province who continue to affirm the current political and provincial administration as led by Premier Makura, mandated by the ANC. Predictably, it becomes all too apparent that the DA and their on and off mistress, the EFF, desperately seek to subvert the democratic will of the residents of Gauteng through the use of populism. We must caution the residents of Gauteng that populists like the DA and the ideologyless EFF are highly skilled at weaponizing rhetoric and exaggeration to project a state of imaginary crisis where ostensibly intending to gain public sympathy and driving resentment against the governing party. It must be said that there's no crisis in Gauteng, but merely myths and fables conjured up by an incompetent and fatuous opposition. It is ironic that Michael Jackson, Solim Simanga, the Moonwalker, and his master, the Martian, like in a game of Star Wars, would huff and puff about the DA intending to get Gauteng back on track when the townships of Tshwane and Midvaal, led by the DA, are with no street lights, no functional stormwater drainage systems, pothole maintenance, grass cutting, and so on. In their naivety, the DA thinks itself an alternate governing party, and yet